Enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. She loves to laugh, she loves to sing, she does everything. She loves to move, she loves to groove, she loves the love of things. All night, oh, every night. So hold tight, oh baby, hold tight. Just sit any way you want, that's the way you need. Any way you want it. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. I was alone, I never knew what good love could do. Then we touched and we sang about the love of things. All night, oh, every night. So hold tight, oh baby, hold tight. Any way you want, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Oh, any way you want, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. She says, so hold tight. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Yeah. No woman, no cry. said I remember what we used to say.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's always fun when you wake up and you find out you're not the best or worst at something. Last night, like a lot of you start bouncing around and seeing that Phil Mickelson may be a worse gambler than Jimmy Landmine. There's that possibility.
I had always heard that Phil was an awful gambler. And, you hear these stories and a lot sound like urban legends, and then you start to see these numbers that have come out, and it's truly amazing.
The worse or bigger? Like, worse would be record. You think his record's worse than yours, or he just bets more?
$40 million, he's got more money than me. So, $4 to me may be $1 million to Phil. It's about the same thing. But if you're talking to me about losing $40 million in 4 years, what I don't understand, though, you guys tell me, is that net? Or is that all losses, or did he win some of that back? Was he only down 10? Did he lose 40 in 4 years and win 30?
That's net.
Yeah, it's got to be net. I agree with Lance. I think any gambler gives you the net number, right?
Yeah.
They don't give you the gross number.
And look, I know guys that lose $40,000 in a year, which to me is completely ridiculous.
Right.
That's kind of life altering for a lot of people because they get consumed. And one of the reasons I don't gamble personally on a day-to-day basis is I get locked in, and if you get down, you start chasing. And so it goes
Tell me about it.
Yeah, you've lost on a Thursday night. Now you've got Friday night college football. You lose there. You're just trying to get even on Saturday. You lose a little bit there. Sunday, you lose a little bit more. Monday, you're just like, God, if I could just somehow get even.
The old Monday night chaser,
Yeah, the Monday night chaser. It's just you're chasing all weekend, and Phil looks like he's just chased his entire career.
Yeah.
Well, Brown, I'll be honest with you. It did, it's his money. He's made millions of dollars, and it keeps coming in, even at this point in his career. It didn't bother me, though, until I used to love his relationship with Bones when I would watch him and his caddy. I mean, that was probably, was it Fluff with Tiger and Bones with Phil?
Bones and Phil were together for a very long time. Yeah. Fluff was Tiger's caddy, one of Tiger's
early
caddies.
on, though, right?
Early on, when he first came on tour, yeah.
So back then, when it was Fluff for Tiger and Bones for Phil, I really loved those caddy-player relationships, and those were about the only two caddies I knew, and maybe to this day may still be the only two caddies that I can name for you. When I see that he got upside down and was owing back pay to Bones, that's when I was like, oh, you've got a problem, because I've worked with some crappy companies over the years in broadcasting since 1988. Never once did I miss a paycheck.
Yeah,
never once did any of them owe me any back pay.
No.
And just a little background on this, and I don't know who Alan Shipnuck is, but obviously he's writing this biography on Phil.
Yeah,
he's not on Phil's list anymore.
Yeah, he is not. He's a golf writer, Alan Shipnuck is. Lance, I want to say I think Sports Illustrated for a bit and one of the golf magazines, I think now. But he's the guy that is writing the biography that reported what Phil said about the Saudi government. So this is the guy that got this whole thing started.
Well, and this is one of the reasons, and I guess this is why Alan brought this up, was that Phil's going to get this $30 million up front to absorb some of these gambling losses.
Well, that was always the rumor of why he swapped. He made a equipment and ball swap to Callaway, and it was supposedly a big, $30 million-ish deal for him to go to Callaway.
Getting upfront money too.
Yeah, and a lot of people. The rumor unconfirmed, obviously, but there is some backing evidence now with this report. The rumor was they had a deep Vegas debt, and Callaway basically paid that debt off for him. So
Wow.
we'll get you fresh, and now you can join us. I mean, is that true? I don't know. I mean, Phil's made a lot of money, guys.
Yeah,
a lot of money.
But he's been with Callaway a long time too, so
Yeah.
almost like it was a blood deal right there, right?
And-
You think he had to slit his palm and shake hands?
This is what's
I went
amazing,
lefty
man.
because he was left-handed.
And that's another reason, and I know a lot of people out there, listening and watching right now probably agree with this. you get to a point where you've got to have enough action to excite you. Like y'all's wheel back there, your dollar thing doesn't do a ton for me. I mean, it's fun. But
see, that's where we're different. I get excited because it's just about the dub for me.
That's good. But like if I have $100 on a game, it doesn't do anything for me. I can't imagine what Phil is playing per game because it goes back. Shipnuck reports that he was making $48 million, his annual income in 2012. So imagine what Phil has made since 2012. That was just 2012. His reported income was $48 million. So if you're getting to a point where you can't pay your caddy, how much money are you really losing? How much are you playing per game?
I know personally of someone that has played in a range match with Phil in California. And the stakes were very high because Phil's goal, he's got a gambling issue. I think we can agree with that. But also, those guys need something on the line to keep their competitive edge, right? They can't just, I can go out and play 18 holes of golf. My competitive edge is trying to shoot the best score I can shoot. I do not have to have money on the line. We can play a fun game. I do that. And I'm telling you, man, the vast, vast, vast majority of games I play, we get to the end of 18, and whoever's up is like, don't worry about it, man. Just buy me a drink or buy me a burger or whatever, right? I don't have to have that. I can go out and play golf, and I can enjoy it without anything on the line. But those guys are trying to keep a competitive edge because it's their living. So when they go out and play, $100 a hole ain't going to do it for Phil Mickelson. He's got to have enough on the line, Lance, that a missed putt hurts, right? That's the only way he can keep his competitive edge. So those guys can get pretty deep on a golf course.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. And here's what I want to do with this. I want to talk about worst losses you've had as you watch us and listen to us today. We're about to get into one of LT's worst lock losses of all time coming up. And I want to know some gambling stories throughout. So you can jump on at Next Round Live on Twitter and share that. You don't have to use your real name, or you can DM me. At Next Round Live or at Jim Dunaway, and we'll keep your name anonymous. But Tommy, right off the bat, very honest. Back in my T-Town and Atlanta days, BYU was my chaser team on college football Saturdays. Get down, what are the Cougars getting on that 10:30 p.m. kick, and then go one way or the other with the Cougars.
Well, it used to be Hawaii for us because Hawaii used to kick at 11 o'clock. And, we would get down on that game, and that was kind of the late-night get-back was Hawaii. And if that didn't work out, well, you had all day Sunday and Monday.
But did you find yourself learning more and more, in his case, about BYU and you about Hawaii and their opponent?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have Hawaii's – did you have Timmy Chang's biorhythms down
pat?
Chad
Owens, a great receiver. Yeah, I watched a lot of Hawaii football. I think I told you guys about the old man with the beard where, when ESPN – it used to be called the ESPN Game Plan before you could get all this college football. So you actually had to subscribe, much like Sunday Ticket. And part of the ESPN Game Plan was Hawaii's home broadcast. And it was some of the worst production I've ever seen. But the dude, he looked like...
I remember Todd Christensen doing a lot of these late games. Do you remember that? And he'd wear a patch. He'd wear the sport coat that had the patch on the sleeve, on the elbow.
He did a lot of Pac-12 and some of those BYU games, but the dude looked like Uncle Jesse from the Dukes of Hazzard with a Hawaiian shirt on that was the play-by-play guy. He was awful.
Both guys would wear the Hawaiian shirt, right?
Yeah.
Their play-by-play team would just be in the Hawaiian shirt.
Why would you not?
It was just weird. You'd go from Ron Franklin and Mike Gottfried in their coat and tie. We'd get a scoreboard update, and we'd go to the Big Island, and these dudes are just wearing Hawaiian shirts.
It was like a two-way broadcast, seriously. And the camera, it was low def. I mean, it was bad production.
Kevin with the message of the morning in the chat room so far. So if I'm following with you guys, Phil is going to retire for 2 years and come play for the Barons?
I was thinking, it's funny, before Kevin even put that up there, when Brown was talking about what Phil's playing per hole, I can, Phil Phil and Jordan have played together. You just wonder what they had on some of those golf matches per hole.
Ooh, Chris, Ohio State at Northwestern for him. Well, that was a
tough one.
That was a stake bet loss for me, I believe.
No, I had Northwestern. I lost that game. It was on the lateral.
Yeah, that was the Brent Musburger game, right? Ohio State Northwestern.
Yeah. So I won on that one.
You won on that one.
Yeah, it took a miracle.
That was that's not my worst. I mean, I've got one. Last night was almost as bad as it gets. I had the Phillies
right
minus 140. Aaron Nola. They were up 7-0, and 857 straight major league teams had won with a 6+ run lead going into the 9th inning. 857 straight.
So it's 7-1. Phillies are up. And here's the graphic right here. When trailing by 6 or more runs entering the 9th inning, over the last quarter century, 25 seasons, 0-330 until the Mets did it last night.
Yeah, that's hard to do. It really
I'd
is.
say, yeah.
And it's really frustrating. We were on a pretty good run with the lock, and to lose one of those, I get a little nervous that this thing gets off the rails for a couple of days. We're gonna be positive about it, but it's tough to lose a game like that. But I can almost top that one. I don't know if you guys remember December 3rd, 2015. It was a Thursday night.
December 3rd, 2015, Thursday night. It's not popping out yet. Give me one more hint.
December, you said. Okay.
It was a Thursday night game between Detroit and Green Bay.
Lions and Packers. Brett
So
Favre.
that was the Hail Mary game.
Is that the time where you're starting to fall in love with Aaron Rodgers?
Yes.
They
I
Hail Mary.
really like this Rodgers
Just
guy.
to give you a little background, I was catching 3.5. I had
Okay.
Detroit at home plus 3.5. Detroit's up 20 points in this game. Green Bay takes over with 6 seconds left on their own 21, down 23-20. I'm catching 3.5. They do one of these lateral plays. Dude gives face mask on Aaron Rodgers. So they move the ball up. He heaves. I think it ended up being like a 64-yard touchdown to Johnny. What was the guy?
Johnny Jones?
No, Rodgers, the tight end. On the final play.
Is this the one where he throws it straight up in the air and it comes
Yeah.
perfectly down?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And Rodgers catches it 61 yards, I think. They kicked the extra point. Time had already expired to cover.
I remember we were at Twin Peaks the next day for the SEC championship game, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember us being at Buckhead doing a show together, and I remember you really like, I just can't believe I lost that. I mean, how do you lose that game?
It was nearly impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 seconds on the own 21. I'm catching 3.5. The only way I can lose is a touchdown. It just doesn't happen.
I've got to think there were some people that probably have this same feeling about the Monday night game that led to the end of the referee contract dispute.
Yeah. That was a stake loss.
That was a
for me.
stake loss
Yeah,
for
I
you.
remember that, yeah.
Where one referee signals touchdown, one referee signals touchback.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a cover, too. That was definitely
That one
a cover.
went in your favor.
It was for Seattle.
So, see, I mean, these things, I know the losses hurt more, but those have to balance out
Yeah,
some.
but that was kind of a back and forth game. The losses that hurt are when you have it, when you can go on and book it in your mind. You've already got that as a winner.
And you did that last night, didn't you?
Yeah, 7-0, that game was over.
Right.
Going into the 9th, 7-1, that game was over. Detroit up 20 points, catching 3.5, that game was over. That game was over even when Green Bay got possession back 23-20 with 6 seconds left.
The great ESPN win probability. At least they never go 100%. They always go 99.9%.
I would have
Leave
gone
a door
100%.
open.
I would have bet.
I'm with you.
I would have bet my house to $100 that wasn't going to happen last night. It was 60-1 in Vegas is where it went off in the 9th inning last night.
60-1 doesn't even seem big enough.
It really doesn't. But, I mean, I guess you don't want to – I mean, somebody probably had them at 60-1, and so you don't want to have a big liability out there if you're the book. But, man, I'll tell you, that's one you will – I will guarantee you will not see that again this year in baseball.
You'll not see it again the rest of the year in baseball.
You want to bet on it?
I would.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelson, for checking in. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, the official vodka of the next round.
Hey, the weekend is here, so go by your local package store, maybe the Beverage Place or Pink Package, and pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka. It's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle this weekend of Redmont vodka.
Well, we hear from LT's neighbor a lot. Dunaway's neighbor checks in.
Oh, a new one.
Hey. Glad to see you.
How's the pool?
Still haven't
Is pool
opened the
open
pool
yet?
yet.
Yes.
Maybe this weekend. Once I had a 12-team college basketball parlay, $10 to win an absurd amount of money. Every leg hit until the last game when I had San Jose State plus 26 versus San Diego State. San Jose State lost by 27.
That's brutal.
Got to throw off that last leg.
What do you imagine, Lance, a 12-team parlay at $10 would
Well, I know
would give me?
10-team pays 150 to 1.
Ooh.
So that, a 10 team would have paid him $1,500, and then I don't know,
$3,000 maybe?
No, maybe $4 or $5 grand.
$4 or $5 grand on
Yeah.
$10, and all you need is a crappy team just to be pretty crappy.
Yeah, just to cover 26.
I just need you to be crappy.
Yeah. That's one thing I learned from Lance, Dunaway's neighbor, is about, what do you call it again? When you hit a lot of these parlays, you do what at the end? When you bet on
when you throw off
insurance, basically is what you're doing. So in that situation, let's just say it was 10-1. So he was $1,500 on $10. What would he have done? He would have bet.
So let's just say if it's $1,500, I probably would have put. I mean, because this game, I would have put $500 on San Diego State.
Yeah,
because worst case, I'm winning $500.
Just make sure you win something.
Yeah.
You win something either way.
And then I'm winning 1,000. I'm still pulling for San Jose State plus the 26 because I'm going to win 1,000 that way. But I'm at least going to win $500.
Yeah, so you bet your $10 was either going to be $500 or $1,000.
But there's a lot of people that have the mentality, and I bet you're one of these that you just, hey, look, I'm all in.
I'm going to win it all.
I've already hit 11 straight. We're going to get this 12.
How do you not hit 12?
That's right. If I get 11, I could hit 12, right? Yeah. That's how you end up 40 grand in the hole.
Again, it is just as hard to pick losers as it is winners. Yeah. I will stand by this, that I picked 17 straight losers in the sports book this year in Las Vegas. That is an impressive streak, and it cost me money every time. But I will go to my grave saying, what a hot or cold streak I was on. It's one they'll talk about for ages.
But honestly, and this is a true story. I've told you this before. There's a lot of people out there. It's like how gambling can affect fate. And Phil Mickelson, obviously his life gambling has controlled a lot of it. But I never would have moved to California if it wasn't for USC and the Rose Bowl against Northwestern.
This is really an incredible story.
Yeah, everything I had, I put on USC because Northwestern had covered all 12 regular season games.
And you told your then girlfriend or wife?
I told Bethany, girlfriend.
Girlfriend at the time. Yeah. If this hits, we're going to California. If it doesn't, we're staying here and keep working.
Yeah, and I think she was pulling for Northwestern.
She was cheering against you.
Yeah,
she wanted to stay, right?
Silently, probably. Right. But I remember Keyshawn had a big touchdown in that 96 Rose Bowl, and then Northwestern tried. It wasn't even, they couldn't have won the game. They kicked like a 54-yard field goal. I'm not exaggerating.
Just to get points on the board.
Just to get points on the board with time expiring that would have covered the game for them.
And you don't go to California.
And I don't go to California. And then I've got another friend that you guys know. I'll tell you the story in break. But Boomer Esiason on a Hail Mary tip ball, it's what paid for his engagement ring that he bought for his now wife.
Wow. They're still married, and that's been a while if Boomer was involved.
Love always wins.
Hey, listen, so Mickelson, I just looked it up. His career, he's second all-time money list.
$250 million?
No endorsements?
Oh, no. This is just on course money.
Okay, no endorsements. Yeah. And he rode the wave with Tiger on the big payouts growing and growing. So early on, not near what it is today.
Still probably $75 million.
94. Okay. But that's on course winnings right there. Now, we'll set aside, I'm just making a point here, we'll set aside his deals with Callaway and KPMG.
Which is probably 3 or 4 to 1 now.
No
right?
telling.
But so easily you could say if he lost $40 million in 4 years, that he lost
everything he's won on the course. Yep. Because, after taxes and what you pay your caddy, he's probably got $40 million left.
So in 4 years he lost.
If you just assume out of the $94 million, he's on average paid his caddy 10 to 15% of winnings.
So is there a chance Phil is upside down in some stuff?
Yeah, I think just based on his own course, he's upside down.
For him too.
Listen, these endorsement deals are massive.
The Billy Walters, and Billy Walters is one of the more respected gamblers of all time. And 60 Minutes did a piece on him, and reading this most recent story on Phil, Billy just got out of prison, but Phil was involved in that insider trading thing. And there's no way you get involved in insider trading if you've got the money Phil has it, unless you're in trouble.
Phil he just won a major last year. The guy is still competitive at his age. He could be on the Champions Tour right now and has played some on the Champions Tour. And now look, Champions Tour money is nowhere close to PGA Tour money. I get that. But Phil can cash all the checks he wants on the Champions Tour. Money incoming will not be a problem for him.
Yeah, but outgoing is going to be a problem. That's
why you would make a deal like this with the Saudis.
This is why you'll see Floyd Mayweather probably fight again. Because Floyd Mayweather is visible at casinos all of the time. And ultimately, you cannot win, especially when you're gambling that amount of money. And so Floyd Mayweather, as much money as he's got, He's losing money each and every day.
Hell, we're trending towards Phil Mickelson fighting Floyd Mayweather at some point.
Yeah.
Am I right?
I think Phil's got a better reach than Floyd.
Hey, Zach's dead on, Brown, and you can attest to this. He says there's a large group of golfers out there that if you go and play near or on their course, that they will take Phil's money, even though Phil is a professional golfer and a major winner. But if you roll up on the wrong day with our friend Woody on a course he's familiar with, Woody could take his money.
I've seen this time and time again. Guys that can shoot just about anything they want when money's on the line. It's a different kind of pressure. Like there's a local guy here.
Let's just call him Woody.
No, that's not Woody.
Okay.
There's a local guy here that is that guy. Like, I know the guy. He can go out in a gambling situation. I've known that he shot like 61 and 62 at some good courses around here, right? They put him in the Champions Tour event, the Regions Tradition. Might have been the Brunos back then. And he struggled to break 80 the first time. It's just a different kind of pressure, right? There's a different kind of pressure of playing for your money and playing for prize money. It's totally different. So, yeah, I mean, Mickelson could roll up in the wrong game and lose his shirt.
But I remember hearing a story Greg Norman said, growing up that, gambling is what got him prepared for the tour. That's what prepared his nerves.
Yeah. That was how Ray Floyd, the story I've heard, and I don't know, I can't independently verify this.
Former golfer Ray Floyd.
Yeah, former golfer Ray Floyd, won several majors, is the guy that first identified Lee Trevino because Ray was a known gambler and was really, really good at it. And he got roped into an event where, a gambling setup where Trevino was there. And he apparently came back to the tour and said, guys, there's this guy named Trevino. If he ever gets out here, he's going to win. This guy can play.
He's going to take our money.
He can play, let me tell you.
Rusty in the chat room, I came in late. Is Phil broke? Well,
we don't know.
The book that's coming out next week, the headline, you can get the story in the morning rounds, nextroundlive.com. Phil Mickelson had more than $40 million in gambling losses just from 2010 to 2014. So you can do the math there on his career earnings and the money he's brought in, him trying to, team up with the Saudis now to make some easy money there. More on that Saudi tour, Sergio, some of the golfers who may be in there and all of that a little bit later in the show. We're off and rolling. We'll tell you what happened last night on the ice and hardwood and on the diamond. Get set for the weekend. Brock Huard coming up on the show and scheduled to be with us in studio 1 hour from now. So Brock Huard scheduled to be with us in studio 1 hour from now. Rockstar in the final hour in the lounge with us, as always. We look forward to that. And part of the show being brought to you by Johnston RV Center. You can jump on the phones right now, 205-734-0923. 734-0923. Tell us about Johnston RV.
Yeah, you can also go see them, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and see great RVs like that Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month on that bad boy. You can see them for details. JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. They also got financing available. Go see them. I-65, 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, we got USFL action tonight. Philadelphia and Michigan, 9 o'clock at Protective Stadium. If you want to go out to dinner and then catch a little football down at Protective, you can do that 9 o'clock tonight. FS1 for that one. The Braves back in action with the Brewers in town. Part of our show being brought to you as well by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home for your son or daughter over their college years, make it the University of Montevallo. Loved by Southern Living because of the beautiful campus they have. Loved by U.S. News and World Report because of their price point. What you get for the money you pay for tuition when it comes to a great education. See more at montevallo.edu or schedule an in-person tour. Find out why so many people are now calling Montevallo home. You belong there with 75 majors, 21 Division II fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. In-person tours or just more information online at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Poll questions every day go out, and it's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll throw out another one in just a second. One thing that I find very interesting that we can throw into our poll question is what would be your choice of an NIL deal? Would it be a car? Would it be clothing like a fashion line? Would it be an airline? Bijan Robinson right now, according to most people, may have the most interesting of the NIL deals. He went a Lambo last night. Take a look at it over there on social media. Lamborghini of Austin.
Now, my question is, does he get that car?
That's what I was unclear on. Like, they could be paying him $5,000 a month to pimp out their dealership.
And we'll give you a different T-shirt every week.
Yeah, I just don't know. That car is worth what?
Oh my gosh, probably $250,000. My little guy could tell you exactly. I don't even know what it is. But yeah, I would say $250,000. So I seriously doubt he's going to be driving that around campus. I would assume that they are just paying him to do social media and just shoot out things for the dealership.
Okay, let's do that. Do we think he's going to be driving a Lamborghini or not? It's $250,000 for the best running back, one of the best running backs in college football.
Yeah, well worth it. Now, you asked me and I would want cash.
You would want cash,
yeah, I would
so
want
I can
cash.
spend it on what I want.
Yeah, I'll put it in the safety deposit box and I'll figure it out.
Yeah, a normal Lambo, I'm looking anywhere from $212,000 to $280,000. And there's one, I don't even know what this is $526,000.
Now, we made a big deal back in the 80s of a guy getting the Trans Am.
If you want a Lambo, exclusive auto wholesale, my man Drew Shields can find
Has he
you
got one?
He's got it hooked up for
actually,
you.
he had the Lamborghini SUV. It was awesome. I didn't realize they made one.
Yeah, I saw it. I was reading
Incredible.
a
Got
car-
that in trash. Got pictures of it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I was reading a Car and Driver report on the best 30 luxury SUVs, and the Maserati was in there, the Lambo was in there. I think a Ferrari. I think they do an
They
SUV.
all make SUVs?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
You want to go ahead and show you? There's an Aston Martin DBX. These are all going to Ferrari's doing one and one other.
No,
Lamborghini.
save it for trash.
Well,
I like looking ahead, man.
Okay.
Oh, if you want to show them now, you
I
can.
mean, right,
We can do
so-
it twice.
No, go ahead.
So nice,
Different
we'll do it
audiences.
twice.
Different audiences.
Do it. Show it.
Okay, all right.
While,
So what-
while LT tells us about our friends at Cowan Equipment for the poll question.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the next round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Now that's the tease.
So this is the
new Ferrari
SUV. I mean, that's a good-looking front.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Lamborghini.
So
Yep.
these are called SUVs.
Yeah, that's
It's more of a crossover, really. but
Well,
yeah.
the Stelvio you're in right
That's
now,
right.
that's an SUV. I mean, that's what it is, kind of a crossover, and they're a little bit smaller, but
You don't
the
buy
Ferrari.
these for
and then the Aston Martin.
Yeah, you don't buy these for the. Ooh, I like that Aston Martin. That's a good-looking car. You don't buy those for the cargo space in the back. Like you're not toting around, wood chips and
Well,
pine straw in the back.
no,
of
no.
those.
You're toting around probably a couple of 24-year-old models.
But my Alfa Romeo, is perfect for my golf clubs, and
Yep.
I carried 3 sets of golf clubs the other day to the golf course.
Yeah.
I do like an Aston Martin. And by the way, when I was out there a couple of weeks ago, Jack was just in awe that he had 2 Aston Martins on the showroom floor, and he's already sold both of them.
At EAW.
Yeah, exclusive auto.
Aston
wholesale.
Martins, huh?
Yeah.
The Lane Kiffin vehicle of choice.
Well, that's
Yeah.
James Bond.
It is James
Yeah.
Bond too. Yeah.
Well, is there a chance he sold them to a local football program that is trying to keep their running back happy?
There is a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, good for Bijan. I bet he's just getting paid. I don't know about you guys, but if I were driving around Austin, I've never spent any time in Austin. You've been there. I don't know if you've been there,
I
Lance.
have.
I've been there a couple times. Love it.
I got a good friend that lives out there. I talk to him often about it. I think, traffic is your normal big city traffic, right?
It's getting worse.
And, the Texas is an urban campus, is it not? I mean, it's right
It
downtown
is.
Austin.
It is.
I would be very uncomfortable tooling around an urban campus in
would
a
too.
Lambo that I don't own.
Try to parallel park that thing.
Well, would you rather tool around in one you don't own or the one you own? Because if
I know what you're
at
saying.
this point, if Bijan
Here's
gets
what I
into
would want.
a fender bender, he just calls up the Lamborghini of Austin and says, "Dude, I'm so sorry."
Somebody stole it and
Look,
ran into it.
he's got to pay insurance on this too. What I want
Yeah, they don't pay the insurance.
is
He
you
does.
give me the loaner, you give me cash to work the social media aspect. I'll drive it around, but it ain't mine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather have one that's not mine.
I don't know. I
Because
guess.
let me tell you what's going to happen on September 11th. It's going to be like, hey, so sorry. Somebody has apparently keyed. I don't know what it says. It looks like it says it's an R, it's an L, it's an L, it's a T, I, D, E. I don't even know what it means into my hood. Because Alabama plays out there on September 10th. Somebody has keyed my car with Roll Tide and put the score on there, 41-12.
But to Lance's point, though, you and like New Year, New Jace on Twitter says, how do you even insure that? Like, I mean, I don't know what if we call up Jimmy Anthony over at Allstate and say, hey, I'm going to need a quote on a 2022 Lambo. I don't know I mean, that thing's hefty, man.
Oh.
Do you know the replacement value for that?
I can't even imagine.
Well, roughly $200,000.
Well, I mean, you just think about. So I was talking to somebody the other day about the rotors. Per rotor on one vehicle was $15,000. So it was $60,000 to get the rotors replaced on a $200,000 car.
Buddy, don't be going up and down Double Oak Mountain, because I do that on the daily, and I had to replace my rotors at least twice. You hammer those brakes coming down the hill.
If the if the school is responsible for the insurance for Bijan and all the other people there now, this is how Sark is introducing his coaching staff. Oh, this is Ryan. He's in charge of the offense. This is Sean. He's in charge of the defense. This is Lance. He's in charge of the insurance for all of our rides.
Somebody would have to be.
You have a get-back coach.
Bijan, I'm rolling.
You have an insurance coach.
I've got my little Allstate card, and it says Celica on it.
Yeah.
And when I wreck that Lambo, I'm just showing that, and hey, you guys can clean up the mess.
I mean, Rusty's right. College kids are complete idiots. Who wants to drive a Lamborghini around a college campus?
And how many times do you get booted when you're on that campus? I got booted all the time.
But are they giving you it, Brown? Is this part of you playing, or are they?
No, I would imagine Lamborghini of Austin still owns the vehicle, but to Lance's point, Bijan is responsible for the insurance on it. Like, I don't think legally, and now I could be wrong on this, I don't think they can provide the insurance, can they, Lance? The dealership?
No.
But it's still my insurance. I've still got to have insurance.
Okay, so I don't want to get too technical, but there are dealerships that, they've got a certain amount of demos they can give out.
They do, but I've still got to have insurance on it.
You've got to have your own insurance.
My own insurance, yeah.
But the dealership can also get you insured.
Okay.
Gaston in the chat room, back to the gambling of Phil Mickelson. My best gambling story is I won my friend's car in a card game in 11th grade. I held his pink slip for years, but never took the car. I didn't want it. Funny to tell the story, though, for the past 30 years.
I mean, if you're in high school and you're already putting your car on a hand of cards, that is a problem.
Yeah, I'd like to know the backstory where that guy is now.
And I do like I don't necessarily like the fact, but I find it humorous that he didn't just relieve him of the gambling debt. He at least held the title for a little bit.
Let's make sure we're still friends.
I'm going to let you drive it, but I'm going to hold that title.
Gaston, I guarantee you won with a full house. That seems to be when I always lose. I never remember that full house is in play unless I say it out loud during a hand.
You're a good poker player.
I am not a good poker player.
The full house.
Forget about the full house.
I mean,
my other life lesson is F. Chris Sims. For 4 years, I thought that kid would beat Oklahoma. I could have gotten a bigger ring for my red hot smoking wife if not for that ass clown.
Hey, man, listen, I've heard there's a notorious golf group around here. I'll just leave it at that, okay? A notorious that I think pretty much anybody that plays much golf around here is aware of their gambling exploits in their group. And I have heard stories of people having to go get a second mortgage on their home to settle that one up. Like, can you imagine going home and telling your wife, I'm heading to the bank tomorrow. I got to go get a second mortgage for the house. Oh, we're redoing the bathroom finally? No, I just had a bad run from 15 to 18 and
that's tough.
We're down $250,000 right now. I mean, that ain't me, man.
No gimmies in that game. Tripp says, I have a friend who sells insurance packages to large Division I athletic programs. These athletic programs pay a ton of cash on insurance premiums. Not about cars.
Yeah, I don't know about automobile. I mean, again, I think there's a state law where even if Lamborghini of Texas or Lamborghini of Alabama held the policy on the car, you've still got to have your own insurance policy. Now, that's the state law, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Dave says, can you imagine Dunaway driving that Lamborghini on the bricks of Montevallo's campus?
Jose's on a vacation far away.
What it reminds me of,
I would have the sunroof open and the windows down.
Blaring.
Ozark is very timely right now. Remember their marriage counselor?
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, you bought a Transformer. It was a McLaren, but she couldn't drive it. It was all jerky.
She didn't have that car long. Spoiler alert. We will do when are we going to do that? Rockstar is going to be out. We got to do it.
Finished episode 2 last night.
All right.
Okay. Wait, when are you going to be out? Next week?
No, I'm saying
He's out of the podcast.
He's not going to finish it in time for us to timely do a podcast.
I mean, next week's going to be better for me anyway.
Okay, so we'll knock it out next
He
week.
might
The
be
three
able
of
to
us.
knock it out this weekend.
Come on,
I'll try. I'm 3 episodes behind Better Call Saul too. So
well, let's focus on Ozark. Yeah.
Focus on Ozark.
Yep.
He went coach on you.
I can't
He went
focus on
coach you.
anything.
Focus on Ozark. The kid will cry the rest of his life. You can only watch Ozark.
Did he cry
right now.
last night?
No, she's yes. Last night was a bad night. She sent me a video when he passes gas. He's got a bit of a gas problem.
I think he's
like his
colicky.
daddy.
I think he's
passes
colicky.
gas. He does the smile, and she caught a video this morning, a 12-second video. So him in his bassinet and him going, just getting after it. And he's got painful toots. You can see his vein pops out in his head.
Oh my gosh! Poor kid's already doing what Rockstar does.
I mean, he is your son.
I mean, my gosh.
My boy, you should hold him up at that point.
I don't want to hold him up because something might happen.
It's gonna be playing gigs soon, man.
Here's what you do. I do this all the time now that I don't have my own sports room. I have my wireless earbuds paired to the television.
I've never done that. Is that good?
Yeah.
Does it give you good sound?
I'd like
So
to.
I block out the entire house now, and I'll sit and watch whatever I want to watch on the television with my earbuds paired.
I don't want to, but this side of the room I have nothing to do with. Like, what the problem is, like, because it is ear piercing. Changing the diaper, I would love to have noise canceling headphones because he is.
Just hold that baby and put those earbuds in. He'll be crying. You'll be holding the baby. You watch Ozark. We do a podcast next week.
That's, don't always got a good plan for you.
I don't think I have Bluetooth. I don't have that newest TV.
Yeah, I don't know how you do
I
that.
just don't know what.
You go down to that little icon that looks like the settings icon. You click on
You can
it,
do it.
and you shuttle over to where it says audio.
Yeah.
And you click on that, and then it says pairing wireless headphones or wireless speaker, depending on what your TV setup is. You click on that, and it'll say pair. You hit pair, and you hold that button on your wireless headphones, and then it'll pop up. You click on that, connect, boom.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that'll.
Yeah.
You're talking to Lance Taylor. I mean, like.
Seems complicated.
What Lance heard was wah, 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 wah.
I mean, you think Lance is gonna have the patience to do that?
All that to say, just get your roommate to do it.
Yeah.
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. When you're looking for a great place to enjoy the weekend, our friends at Odie's will do it.
Live music tonight, tomorrow night. Of course, you can enjoy that great patio, sit outside, enjoy ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village. Incredible food, burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff today, all weekend long. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Okay, you tell me what we want to do. Do we want to do fact or fiction in the next segment, or save it for when Brock's in studio? Want to save it when Brock's here, or throw it out next? Little on-the-fly producing here. I don't know where our conversation with Brock's going to go.
I don't either. I don't want to be. I don't want to be
too
tied in.
I don't want to be too sports geeky
too
with him.
Scripted either. I say we do it next.
Okay, you want to do fact or fiction or four downs next?
Which one do you think's better?
Doesn't matter to me.
Give me the topics of the 4 down questions. Do we have a celebrity birthday in there?
We have one celebrity birthday.
Do we have college
in
football?
there. We have some college football.
Do we have NFL?
Hold on. I did this early this morning. We've got some college football. We've got some NFL. We've got college football and NFL together, and we've got celebrity birthday.
I'd rather do that with Brock. Yeah, let's do fact or fiction next.
All right, fact or fiction when we come back on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. You see it right there, brewed for what's next. You get it wherever you buy beer. You know why you like Bud Light Next, other than the great-looking logo and the fact that it's next, which makes you really cool. It is 0 carbs. It is 80 calories. You'll see that all summer long at the pool, at the beach, and there on the golf course or the Gulf Coast. We're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. This is the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Well, I love the way Brett has got where he pounds me every day over in the chat room. I don't even know what he's talking about, but it's like the second or third negative thing I've seen from Brett on the road. Woo! Grumpy Brett driving around America today. Don't get behind him. And he wants me to call him or text him after the show. LT sends you the answer already.
I've
Brett.
already taken care of it.
Check your DMs, man.
Already taken care of it.
Check your DMs. Part of the show being brought to you by a friend, Dr. B, getting LT's hair under that hat worked out.
Yeah, man. I was on the couch last night doing a little non-invasive laser treatment. That's what we decided upon. Look, with age, for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up the consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein, we had a virtual meeting to go over the options. We chose non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
We'll do fact or fiction coming up in our next segment, a little against the clock here, and a couple of things we want to get into before Brock Huard joins us at 10:25. But in the National Football League, a couple of interesting things happening. One of them, Jordan Davis got his big contract as all the rookies start to report to rookie camp this weekend. Got 5 teams going out today, but Jordan Davis, the career you expect from him in the National Football League, he could be one of the more long-term productive guys in the league.
Yeah, it could be. Look, I mean, the guy was dominant, especially early on in the season for that Georgia defense. I mean, he's a space eater, man. He's an athletic guy that can actually, from that position, get to the quarterback. I think Jordan Davis is going to be really good, man.
There were actually people pushing him for the Heisman.
I remember early on, yeah.
And, you know, I mean, a lot of people in this state, their only view of Jordan Davis is based on what they saw in the Alabama game the first time when he was a non-factor. And he looked lazy and out of gas, honestly, is what he looked like in that game. Now, you know, he changed that, obviously, and the rest of his film doesn't show that. The rest of his film shows that this guy can be a really, really good NFL player.
Another thing that I found interesting yesterday in the National Football League, Pete Carroll did an interview out west, and he said, we are not looking to trade for a quarterback. There had always been thoughts that Baker Mayfield, that may be his landing spot. But he says, no, we're not trading for a quarterback. Baker, of course, still under contract with Cleveland. So it seems that Baker is out when it comes to Seattle.
Well, and it's a little scary if you're the Seattle Seahawks because you look at that division, how loaded it is. You know, the quarterback position, you know, from Matt Stafford to Kyler Murray to whatever San Francisco is going to do, whether it's Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo, you're sitting there, if you're a Seahawks fan, you've got Geno Smith, you've got Drew Lock, you've got Jacob Eason. Good luck. I mean, those guys aren't going to win you games in this league.
You're saying you think Baker Mayfield's definitely a better option than any of those?
I think he is definitely a better option. You know, and Baker was on a podcast a couple of weeks ago, and he said it seemed like Seattle was the probable or best landing spot for him. I agree. I don't know why Seattle didn't make a move. They didn't draft a quarterback. Those are the guys they've got in the quarterback room, and to me, none of those guys are going to win games for you.
You cannot make decisions based on this alone, Jim, but time is ticking for Pete Carroll. And Lance just pointed out, you are not winning. You're not even winning playoff games with those guys, much less the Super Bowl.
Pete Carroll coming up in 4 downs.
But, I mean, Pete is 71. So the clock is ticking very loudly for him in the NFL. And you're that bad at quarterback. I mean, he can see the end of his career from here.
That's right. Speaking of quarterbacks and end of careers, one more interesting story before the top of the hour we haven't gotten into this week, but the show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill Services. LT, you've given the advice to call Hemphill and remember the name Hemphill for a long, long time.
Yeah, I had a conversation with my buddy Chad Rhodes last night. These are the guys when disaster strikes, you need to have that number programmed in your phone, 205-229-2090. Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right, so in a charity event recently, Robert Griffin III ran a 40 time of 4:48.
Are you serious?
4.48 seconds.
Like this week?
Yeah.
I mean, that is super impressive.
It was
that
over
guy,
the weekend.
Yeah. First of all, saw him in Indianapolis. Bigger out of pads than I thought.
Yeah,
big guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's my height.
Yeah, big guy.
He's a big dude.
So as soon as it was posted on social media, what do you think happened?
Somebody challenged him to a race.
Nope. He started getting phone calls from several NFL teams, according to Rich Eisen. He tells the story to Rich Eisen. And RG3 says, look, I'm a young guy, 32 years old. We see what Tom Brady is doing. He's playing until he's 45. Now, he's got 7 Super Bowl rings. And he goes on to say, but the desire to play is still there for me. He goes, but I've been blessed by ESPN to be given the opportunity I've been given. So I'm sort of committed to that. But he's not closing the door on maybe taking up one of these NFL teams on an offer. And I'm not saying Seattle, but there are a lot of places out there where QB2 or QB3 is a lot worse off than RG3.
Man, I remember us sitting at a bar in Miami for the 2012 National Championship with Notre Dame and Alabama, and we were watching RG3 for Washington against Seattle when he went down with that injury in the playoffs in the wild card game. And he had such a good rookie season, and I can't even really remember the end of RG3's career. You know, I think he was playing for Baltimore. He was a backup for Lamar. He just seems like the switch cut off for him. But if I'm RG3, I take a page out of Tim Tebow's book, make a deal with ESPN, I'll still contribute, but let me go chase my dream. Get you a big contract, maybe a 1-year deal, $1 million, $2 million bucks. I don't know why you wouldn't do it.
The people around RG3 that suggested 3 places, Bears, Falcons, and Cowboys. And he said the Cowboys would be a great situation for me, being a Baylor guy, a Texas guy.
I mean, you're a backup there. I guess you're a backup.
No, he says my role would be a backup anywhere I went.
I mean, look, Mariota has played more recently than RG3, but in Atlanta, I mean,
who knows?
Who knows? I don't know that it's that big a step down.
Yep. And his style of play, I mean, he could fit. He's even a backup, in Tennessee with the Titans and Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
So something to keep an eye on. He gone for 2 years in a broadcast booth and then back on the NFL field at the age of 32. It could happen when you're throwing speeds like that up. All right, top of the hour here. When we come back, we'll do our Fact or Fiction and get to Brock Huard, who is scheduled to join us in studio here. The show being brought to you in part on this Friday by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Hey, if you got a firearm, maybe it's a hunting rifle, shotgun, something you don't use anymore, Nichols Outfitters may be interested in purchasing it from you. Maybe you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago and you still got the old one. Don't hang on to it. Let it collect dust, fall into disrepair. Nichols will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the Nichols team about what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show on this Friday, live here on this May 6th.
No cool thing today. May the 4th be with you, and Cinco de Mayo. Anything here on the 6th?
Yeah, today is the no diet day or something. We had it on Trash the other day.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
And we were talking about getting barbecue up here for Brock, and you instantly went, I'm not going to eat. It's no diet day, LT.
I get that. We just don't have time to eat.
Yeah, I'm eating.
Yeah.
You got National Space Day. You got National No Pants Day.
Oh, yeah. Everybody jump in.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, Forrester got a little too excited.
Finally, the holidays have caught
we
up
had
with
one
Rockstar.
on Trash the other day. May 6th is something with
diet.
no diet.
I remember that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. There's just so much.
Here's what's happening today in sports. We'll do our headlines. It's brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Listen, Dunaway, everybody wants that barefoot good summer lawn, right? You got to act right now because summer is on top of us. If you want the barefoot good summer lawn from Wayne's like we have, get on the same plan we use. It's Wayne's 1-year EnviroLawn agreement plan, where you can save 1 month off that 1-year plan by using our code TNR for the next round. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. It's the only ones we trust for our pest service, our termite control, our yard service. In fact, Wayne's was just out there at my house the other day. My wife called him and said, hey, do you mind, with summer coming up, coming by and spraying all of our beds in our natural areas to make sure the weeds don't pop up? Boom, right out there, took care of all of that. That's the kind of service you get from Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES is the number one. Let Wayne's create your happy place with that barefoot good summer lawn.
I told you to watch a little college baseball and college softball last night. You saw a great Oklahoma team, number 1 in the country, beat number 7 Oklahoma State in softball. Alabama and Auburn back in action today. Number 8 Alabama hosting number 23 Missouri, 6 o'clock. 5 o'clock on the SEC Network for number 16 Auburn as they're at number 12 Tennessee. In baseball, speaking of Tennessee, number 1 in the country last night, they lose at Kentucky. Kentucky beats them 3-2 in 13 innings.
That game must have gone deep into the night because I saw the walk-off. There was nobody in the stands, and that's number 1 in the country.
Yeah, and a little rivalry there. Alabama at home to LSU, number 20, and number 19 Auburn playing host to number 4 Arkansas. All that happening in college baseball. Braves are back at home in college football. Still waiting on Bohannon, Pearsall, and Jordan Addison to pick schools. Some of them have Alabama and Auburn in the mix there. Something that we'll keep an eye on. And then there's Kirby Smart, who was at the Peach Bowl Golf Challenge earlier this week. And he got asked this question. Before he answers it, I want to see if you guys can sort of guess Kirby Smart's answer. He's asked about the difference between other off seasons and this off season as a national champion. What do you think Kirby's going to say? Let's see if we can guess that line.
I think Kirby is going to say, it's irrelevant because every year has a life of its own. I mean, you can't look back at all those. Those are in the past. You got to worry about what it is, right here and right now. Okay.
You trying to do Kirby there?
I had a little Kirby.
You had a little bit of it there on his own. They own.
Yeah, I've never tried to do a Kirby, so it was kind of midstream there. I was like, let me
do
try
the
to
life of your own again. You nailed that one.
I mean, you
went Jimbo there.
That's true. Yeah, everything's got a life of its own.
Its own. It was good. What's Kirby going to say?
Our guys for years have been really hungry. We've got to make sure just because we win a championship, we don't lose that edge. It's different. We were the hunters before. Now we're the hunted.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a different mentality.
We celebrated that championship. It's over now. It's about this year. It's about moving forward.
Let's see who's right here. Kirby Smart on the difference between this offseason.
Probably the biggest difference in being national champion and going into an off season is, you worry about complacency. You worry about guys thinking they've arrived. I didn't think our group did that. We had a shrunk window, we had a shorter window, so we had a little less time to prepare. We had one less week to lift before our spring practice, and we played an extra game in the season with the playoff game. So injuries have played a factor in that, and we probably had more guys out this spring than we ever have before. But the biggest thing is not worrying about that. We don't defend a title. We start new with a new team and develop new chemistry to see what this team's going to be about.
I'm going to give a win to both of you. I think at the end it was you, and the beginning it was him. So
it was
dub.
It's the Nick Saban playbook. I think we've heard Saban say this dozens of times, it feels like. Kirby also, do you have I know Scott gave you some cuts from Kirby. He was asked what his favorite...
It's my only Kirby cut.
Oh, is that the only one?
Yeah.
Okay. In that same interview, I was going to see if you guys could guess them. Kirby is asked your favorite shows to watch. All of them are streaming that he mentions. What do you think?
He was Game of Thrones back in the day.
What do you think? He names 3, like your 3 favorite shows to watch.
Okay, hold on.
If you imagine Kirby Smart picking 3 shows, what shows would they be?
Yellowstone.
Are they out right now?
They are. Everything is current.
Yellowstone, Ozark,
and Better Call Saul.
I don't think he's Better Call Saul. I would go 1883. Those would be my 3.
That's nailed it.
All 3 of them?
Yes.
Ozark, Yellowstone, and 1883?
Yeah, 1883, yeah.
I got 2 or 3. Right?
I'd have loved it if it said Bridgerton.
Emily in Paris.
That's a good show. It's a really good show.
Blue Planet.
Precision Sports will bring us our fact or fiction right now. LT, let's get back into the game.
Hey, if you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today. Go to precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
Rockstar, can you do one of your fake opens for me? I always love when you just do it a cappella. Fact, or fiction. That's Rockstar's HydroLive therapy cam there, and the Fact or Fiction Open. Fact or fiction, guys, and then tell me why. Ole Miss will not average more than 30 points per game this year. Last year, They were 33.7, fourth in scoring in the SEC, number 1 in total offense. They will not average more than 30 points per game this year. Fact or fiction?
Well, Brown, I'll go fiction. Now, 30 is not really a high bar in today's college football, but you lose Matt Corral, and I think the quarterback drop-off is going to be significant, whether it's Jackson Dart or Luke Altmaier. And Jerrion Ealy's gone, Braylon Edwards is gone, or excuse me, Braylon Sanders is gone. You lose a lot off that offense.
You do, but I think 30 is a pretty low number in college football this day and age.
I give you 30. They will not go over 30, so not
30?
31.
Yeah, I think they can get over 30. So I'll say that is fiction. I think a Lane Kiffin offense, which never gets enough credit for how well it runs the football, and the commitment to the run will go over 30 points per game this year.
Very balanced last year. I think they were third in passing, third in running.
He does not get enough love for that. Everybody thinks he just likes to heave it all over the field. Lane Kiffin loves to run the football.
Fact or fiction number 2 of 7. Zach Calzada will start every game at Auburn this year. Fact or fiction?
I'll call that fiction.
Yeah, that is fiction. I don't know if Calzada will start game 1.
So it could be done week 1.
Yeah, I mean, T.J. Finley could be that guy.
Yeah.
Robbie Ashford could be that guy.
I mean, Calzada will start a game this year. He'll start a game,
give you that.
But I don't know that Auburn's quarterback play is going to be to the point that he starts every game.
If I say Calzada starts the most games of anybody this year,
I would say that is fact.
I would lean that way, too.
Yeah, I would lean fact on that.
Fact on that. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Fact or fiction number 3. This will not be Tank Bigsby's last year at Auburn. Fact or fiction?
I think it's fiction. I think Tank Bigsby will at some point realize I only got so many miles on these tires. I got to get them to the NFL. And what his draft status is like, I don't know. But, the reports, and we talked to Hokinson about this last time he was on, the reports are that already in spring, the Eric Kiesel offense is trying to take more advantage of throwing him the ball out of the backfield. So that's what the NFL is going to want to see, right? Not just how you run the ball, but how you're going to catch that ball out of the backfield and operate in space. So I think if more of that is highlighted with Tank Bigsby, you may as well go to the NFL while you still got tread on the tires. I would say that would be this year.
This will not be Tank Bigsby's last year at Auburn, LT.
Last year going into the season, I thought Tank Bigsby was one of the best, if not the best playmaker maybe in the SEC. The year was still, it was decent based on Auburn. He went over 1,000 yards rushing. I don't know what they've got around him this year. That could be good or bad, but I think this is going to be his last year.
See, I'm leaving the door open, though, not just the NFL, for him to transfer and play 1 year somewhere else
could happen
if he
too.
chooses to do that.
Yeah, he could do that.
With NIL money, whether he stays at Auburn or goes somewhere else, that also, sometimes you can make a better situation in the NIL for 1 year than you could for a bad rookie contract.
And there was an appearance or reports, whatever, that he at least flirted with doing that this year. So, if this is another year where Auburn might struggle a little bit, based on the last offseason, who knows, you might even make a coaching change. If you're Tank Bigsby, you're like, struggle, now reset with a new coach. Do I want to do this again, or do I just want to go somewhere that seems a little better set up?
Fact or fiction, number 4. Cedric Tillman, wide receiver of Tennessee, will lead the SEC in receiving this year. Just for your point of reference, last year, 1,084 yards receiving and 12 touchdowns at Tennessee. Fact or fiction, Tillman will lead the SEC in receiving.
Can you tell me where Jordan Addison is going to be?
I cannot at this moment.
Yeah,
No.
I was just going to say, if he's going to be at Alabama, I think I would say Jordan Addison.
My magic 8 ball, not at this time. You think he's going to be where?
No, I think he's going to be at USC. I'm saying if he was at Alabama,
okay,
I would say Jordan Addison.
I misheard you for a second. I thought you said, my headphones, thought you said he was going to be at Alabama. My little ears perked up.
Your little ears?
Jamison Williams led the SEC last year.
He did. I'm looking at Mekhi Polk for Mississippi State was right behind Cedric Tillman. That would be your favorites right now, I think. Because everybody else is going to the NFL. Jamison Williams, Wandale Robinson, Traylon Burks, John Mechie III, Ontario Drummond, all gone, which is why you're asking about Cedric Tillman, because his name was next.
I might go fact.
I'll go fiction. I'll just take the field. Not that I think Tillman's going to have a bad year. It's going to be a good offense. I'll just take the field.
Yeah, it was Hendon Hooker that unlocked Tillman. Kerry points out, what about Boutte at LSU?
Oh, that's a good one. I don't know who's throwing him the football. That's part of the problem. Receiver. He's a better receiver, but who's throwing him the ball? You got a better quarterback situation at Tennessee. The other thing that impacts this is Velus Jones is going. So, I mean, that guy had a ton of catches last year, too.
And just Heupel play calling and his philosophy
Yeah.
compared to Brian Kelly's play calling and his philosophy. It's a little different. Fact or fiction number 5. Mississippi State will lead the league in sacks allowed. And it may have been Alabama last year. I don't know.
I'll look up
Mississippi
who it
State
was.
had
Sacks
30
allowed? Is what
Sacks
you're looking for?
allowed.
Okay.
34 sacks allowed. Not all Will Rogers, but 34 times the
Your
Mississippi State
sacks
quarterback.
allowed last year, Tennessee led the league, in fact.
Yeah, I would say fiction here. Will Rogers has got a quick release. Now, I know they throw the football more than anyone else,
Right.
but a lot of those are quick hitters, too.
Yeah, 10th.
Where were they last year?
10th, tied with Ole Miss. Alabama was 13th, to your point. Tennessee was 14th.
Now, this 14 is the worst. They give up more sacks than anybody else, right?
Yes, yeah. They gave up 44 sacks last year. Sacks
44.
allowed, 44.
30,
Alabama gave up 41.
34
Yeah.
for Mississippi State.
I mean, to put in perspective, Florida led the league. They only gave up 14.
Yeah.
Won a game.
So that's
Florida.
pretty good protection.
That's really good protection. Now, some of that is aided by a mobile quarterback, and I was about to make the point. Alabama gave up 41 and had a very mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
Imagine if Alabama had a statue back there.
But I bring it up because Mississippi State loses both tackles.
Yep.
One of them was one of the
Very
better
good.
ones
Yeah,
in
Charles
the
Cross.
Yeah, and then Polk was another tackle who went undrafted.
Yeah, I think I'll say a fact. I think State will.
Yeah.
But Lance is right. It's minimized some by how quickly they can get the ball out of there sometimes.
2 more. Fact or fiction? Will Anderson will have more sacks than the rest of the Alabama team combined individually. Will Anderson will have more sacks than the rest of the Alabama team combined. Brownie?
I'll say fiction, and I'm not even convinced Will Anderson leads Alabama in sacks this year. There you go for that.
Because of Dallas Turner?
Because of Dallas Turner on the other side and the favorable matchups he'll get because of Will Anderson.
I'll give you 5-1 stakes on this one.
Ooh.
5-1 stakes that he will not lead the team?
No, not that he won't lead the team, that he will not have more than the rest of the team combined.
So basically, you're taking the team, you're taking Will Anderson, who gets the 5 stakes.
And I get 5
He
stakes
gets 5.
if Will Anderson leads the team in sacks.
No,
not leads the team. Has more than the rest of the team combined.
Yeah, let's say that he has 17 and a half. The rest of the team has 17. You win.
Rockstar, are you confused?
Take it, Lance Jim.
I don't know why that's confusing.
Yeah, it's not confusing.
Well, we confused it. I don't think it's confusing on its surface, but we're all saying
So
different
Brown is saying he thinks Dallas Turner leads the team in sack, which would hurt my Will Anderson case.
Well, he would lose it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very, very simply.
But 5-1. I mean, how can you pass those odds?
Yeah,
off?
I know exactly.
Let me wait because I may want to do a stake on the last one. I don't want to do 2 stakes on facts. Or
Yeah,
fiction,
we don't
okay?
want to bastardize the state.
This is 5-1 though.
Yeah, let's come back. Let's come back to this. One more fact or fiction here. Final one. Alabama has more SEC wins this year than Vandy, Missouri, and Mississippi State combined.
Alabama's got more conference wins?
More SEC wins this year. That would include an SEC championship win.
And give me the 3s. The
Vandy, Missouri, and Mississippi State combined.
All right, Lance. Vandy's going to give me a 0.
Yep.
I'll let Missouri give me a 2. I think State
Is 4
at best is going to give me 4. That's 6. I'll take Alabama.
Yeah, I'd take Alabama.
Yeah, so it's a fact. Alabama
I
will
would
have
say
more
fact,
wins
yep.
in the SEC than those 3 schools combined.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you guys were pretty high on Mississippi State.
I am, but I mean, I think 4-4 in conference.
Yeah,
Still
4
a pretty
4.
good year.
I mean, that gives you 7 or 8 wins there. Yeah.
So you are not high on Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri.
I've never been high on Eli Drinkwitz. I'm on record with that one. I think Eli Drinkwitz is a bust at Missouri.
And
I'm
you guys-
very much on record on that.
And Clark Lee's second year of the rebuild at Vandy, you're not buying into that?
It's still Vandy.
Yeah, I don't see them even stealing one.
Yeah.
All right, that is Fact or Fiction today, brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right. More on that stake bet in just a second.
Our friends at
They'll set
Mortgage
up.
Right, they put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. So let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number 1 when you want to buy a home. And with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Ross is right in the chat room. Vandy does nothing to this bet. It's just window dressing.
It
says,
is,
I
it
gave you
is.
3 teams. Yep.
So, but I've got to figure out who, if I go Vandy, Missouri, Mississippi State, and one other team now, I'm trying to figure out who the 4th worst team is. For me, Mississippi State.
Well, it could be Auburn.
could be Auburn.
I mean, some would make that argument it's Auburn. Some would make an argument it's Ole Miss.
Okay, just for
you seem to think it could be Arkansas. Didn't you say you think Arkansas is a little bit of a bust this year?
Just for giggles, if I say Alabama has more SEC wins this year, counting the SEC championship game, and or if they play another SEC team in the playoffs and beat them, then Vandy, Missouri, Mississippi State, and Auburn combined. Fact or fiction? Alabama more wins.
It's going to be close. Really, really close.
I got to go fiction on that.
You would take the combination of Auburn.
Well, I'm still going Vanderbilt
Vandy.
0. I'm going Missouri 2. I think Mississippi State's going to get 4, and I'll go Auburn 3.
See, I was going to say State and Auburn. I think
that's 9.
Worst case would combine for 7. Worst case, State and Auburn combine for 7 in my mind, right?
And Missouri gets you 2.
Missouri gets you 2, so you're up to 9.
Yeah.
I mean, Alabama's got to
probably
clean the
would
table at that
lean
point.
the combination of the 4, but I wouldn't feel great about it.
Okay.
States. Let me just give you their schedule real quick on conference. At LSU, A&M at home, Arkansas at home, at Kentucky, at Alabama, Auburn at home, Georgia at home, at Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl. 4 is really good there. I mean, they are playing. You can make an argument. Well, Tennessee. A lot of people would say Tennessee over Kentucky. I was going to say you can make an argument they're playing the 2 best teams in each division. I know they are in the West, obviously, but you can make a case Georgia and Kentucky are the 2 best teams in the East if Will Levis is what everybody says Will Levis is.
I'll take Alabama straight up for that stake there. Alabama more SEC wins than those 4 combined.
Too tight.
But if you get to 9, Alabama can't get more.
Well, they can because he put in the
no, 9's the max.
But if they play somebody in the playoffs, I mean, you'd have to get 2 SEC teams in the playoffs, play them, and beat them.
That's a heck of a needle you'd have to thread there.
But again, if Auburn wins 2, Missouri only wins 1. I mean, those teams could be
Who's Missouri get out of
year.
Who's Missouri get out of the West? That's going to be your key right there, Lance. I mean, you know who they're going to play in the East. Missouri in the West is going to play Auburn on the road and Arkansas at home.
Okay, I'll take that bet if you'll take the 5-1 as well.
I'll do that. I'll take the 5-1, where I get 5 if Will Anderson has more sacks than the rest of the Alabama team combined.
Yeah, so last year, just to put in perspective, Will Anderson was 17.5. Alabama, the rest of the team was 40.
They were
40.
Yeah.
Well, you just
40 total.
Bull crapped your way into an easy stake win.
No, it's 40 total. Right?
No.
40. So they have 57.5.
They had 57.5.
Dallas Turner was at 8.5, and he barely played to start the year. He was only forced into action midway through.
Will Anderson Heisman Trophy campaign started right here, right now.
And if he has 30 sacks, I'm sweating it a little bit.
I'm telling you, what's going to help Dallas Turner is teams are going to scheme away from Anderson, and it's going to scheme them right into Dallas Turner.
Alabama more regular season, SEC championship, and playoff wins over SEC teams in Vandy, Missouri, Mississippi State, and Auburn combined. Those are hopefully cross-out equalizing state bets, 2 of those right there. When we come back, Brock Huard scheduled to join us sometime this hour in studio, and we'll have Rockstar in the lounge later on. But when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu is just on the other side on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
In-studio guest that we'll talk to for the next few segments, and Rockstar's viewing menu all right here as we roll on. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Our t-shirt competition continues. You can get all the new gear in the store at nextround.store.
Yeah, submit your design and win. Go to nextroundlive.com for that. It is brought to you by New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online to view that incredible art. Go to danielmooreart.com.
You know, we've been waiting for it. We've been asking for it for so long on Netflix. Finally released Marmaduke. A new animated movie based on the famous comic strip features the voices of J.K. Simmons and Pete Davidson. Finally getting some work.
Oh, Pete Davidson. Never hear anything about that guy.
Who's he going to date from that one?
I don't know. Well, J.K. Simmons. And then TNT, they have this new documentary series coming out. I've seen that they tease it, but I have not seen them. Rich and Shameless. Episode 1 was about the Girls Gone Wild Exposed, Joe Francis. And then the second episode, I think, premieres Sunday, Pharma Bro versus Wu-Tang Clan. Remember the guy that bought the Wu-Tang Clan album that was like millions of dollars. And then tonight at theaters, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
I know Lunsford will be there. Has he already seen it?
Saw it last night.
Saw it last night at midnight.
Oh, Lunsford sees every movie. No, he can't go this one because he's got to go to Nashville for the hockey
One
game.
of our next guests is a Marvel fan.
Well, we'll ask him. Brock Huard is with us. You guys love when Brock comes on the show. He is in studio for the first time ever. Welcome in. How are you?
Yeah, this is not just a studio.
Yeah?
Wow.
What is this?
This is just the nicest Taj Mahal digs I've ever done radio in. This is nice, boys. The next round is, this is not when I usually visit towns and I hop in. And back in the day, man, when I started doing radio, it was about the same time I started doing my broadcasting. And I would travel around and I'd carry my box with me and I'd tie into lines, or man, if someone was kind enough on the planes to invite me into their studio or, somewhere around. And yeah, they don't look like this around the country. This is very, very well done.
Yeah, we can spend other people's money well.
So do you get a nap in today when you've got a 9 o'clock kick time tonight in the USFL?
I don't know what I'm going to do today. Yeah, it's not a big deal for me. For the players and coaches, it's weird. And Jeff Fisher is coaching tonight. I'm actually going to see him this afternoon. He's just like, how do we get our guys ready for this? You try to practice a little bit later, but then the scheduling is very, very tough with 8 teams, right, in 2 facilities basically at Legion and Protective Stadium. And so, yeah, but none of them are whining, right? None of them are complaining. I'm not complaining. Look at me, man. I'm wearing my USFL gear, team player right here.
All in.
But and they're in. They are, but they are all in. They're just like, okay, we got to play at midnight, got to play at 9, play at 5 in the morning, play at 9 a.m., the noon kickoff. Some of the stories I hear from Klatt, from the whining of people like, we got to play this early. Yeah, you got to play it. And you'll have the whole window to watch it. So tonight for these guys, this is what they want to do. And albeit at 9 o'clock local time.
But, you played in the NFL. That is like the ultimate model. Everything's organized. Everything is laid out in front of you. And guys like Jeff Fisher, who coached in a Super Bowl, I mean, it's just got to be so chaotic that this thing, it seems like it was just thrown together.
Well, it wasn't. There was a lot of time and effort and energy thrown into this. But what it does is it tears away every fiber of their psychosis. You're right, they're paranoid creatures, these NFL guys, leading with the guy up in New England. He's number 1 on the list. And everything they want of structure and detail, and it's all like ripped. The Band-Aid is fully ripped off, right? These 2 teams were joking, or tomorrow night, Birmingham shares their meeting space with Tampa. And literally, they go in, they have their meetings, and then there'll be a knock on the door like, hey, let's go, we're up. Right? And here comes Tampa. Oh, and they're in the training room together, and they're in the weight room together, and they're eating together, and they're in the elevator at the Sheraton together. And it's just, all of them are like, it takes a little while to get used to. It's strange. And certainly for these coaches, it just rips away the paranoia. And oh, by the way, you're going to have some 6'5" goon standing next to you on the sidelines, listening to everything in your huddles, asking you questions. But it's really cool. And as I said, you said it earlier, the buy-in for all of them, once they get used to knowing what they're signing up for, and as Jeff Fisher said, giving these guys a chance to play and grow and develop and hopefully get another shot at their dreams, that's what they're all in for.
I've loved, like you were on the sidelines of the game, and basically Mike Riley, it was the Birmingham, New Jersey game. And Mike Riley's basically talking to you about plays. He's calling a play and he's looking over at you and like running it by you. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to, right? We kind of keep pushing the creative just a little bit, and we don't want to, force it and don't want to make any of them uncomfortable. But yeah, like last week, Todd Haley's calls a play, and there's a little time as he communicates it to Jordan, and I'm like, what do you got? What is that? Oh, we're going to do this and this and this and that, right? And it's just, he's telling me the plan. Why'd you go for 1 here? Why not 2? Why not 3? Just be able in real time, right? As fans, so often we scream at our TVs like, what are you doing?
Yes.
Why do you call that? What are you looking at? And I get to ask them. Like, I get to be that voice maybe of that fan that just gets to ask, or that analyst that gets to ask and get their definitive answer.
Brock's in studio with us, and of course USFL going into week number 4 now, starting tonight at 9 o'clock, and then doubleheader tomorrow. 1 ticket gets you to both games, 1:30 and 6 o'clock. The Stallions play at 6 tomorrow night. If you want to go try to pack Protective, get your ticket. Get there early, watch the end of the first game, hang around for all the festivities. Huge fireworks show after the game. And then on Sunday, Teacher Appreciation Day, with an afternoon kick where you can go down and if you've got a teacher's ID, you can get 2 tickets just to say thank you for being a teacher as the school year winds down. That's on Sunday. I love all the mics and the Nat sound, but also the smack talking. Do you feel like because they're living together, eating together, and everything, the smack talking is at a different level than it would have been if this was a league where we were traveling to town to town?
Yes, I think that plays a role. And I think as we go on here, Joel Klatt made this point the other day in one of our meetings. He's like, gosh, this would be hard for me. Because he played in the minor leagues for a bunch of years. People don't know that. Joel was a really good baseball player. Would have been, he says, looking back, and I think if he went all in and was on the straight and narrow at that point in his life, would have had a really good shot to go all the way in that profession. But
he's told us the story. I think the battle with alcohol was the big issue for him.
Yeah, that was a battle for him. And he says, man, this reminds me of the minor leagues where you're just on buses together in the same hotels together. And even more so, that's just your own team, right? Now throw in 7 teams, right? 340 some guys. Now, they're not all living in the Sheraton. Some of them found different housing, friends. I know Jordan Tomu's got a family friend in the area. So they're not all there, but the majority are. And they will be curious. And that's why the league has done a good job, has brought in psychologists, has brought in mental health people to say, hey, if you're struggling, we've got resources to take care of you. I have done all of these leagues. Okay, I did the last Alliance game before it went. I mean, it was Mike Singletary, Johnny Manziel, and all of a sudden, I didn't even get paid for that, right? And I didn't do a ton of games. I just did kind of one weekend, but yeah, there was no paycheck that came from that. I was on with the XFL with Fox and WWE doing that, so I've got a chance. Spring League last year, I called from studio, got to see that, and this one is out of all of those. And you can ask the players. Right? And you look at the bio of these players, and a lot of them are just like me. A lot of them were AAF, XFL, Spring League, just continuing to grind and go out and give it until that door slams shut. They're going to go for it. And so this isn't just me saying this. They've all said it. Like, this is different. Like, they have poured, Fox and the partners have poured immense resources into this. Their weight room is nice. Right, I mean, they got a great setup and everything they need there. The Sheraton, the Weston's right there to walk to practices. The coaches are Mike Riley and Jeff Fisher. They are in and invested. So this one feels different. It really does. Now, 3-4 weeks from now, in that incubator of proximity and everything else, will they start to have even a tougher time with their opponents, or the team that's 7-0? Possibly walking around with the team, and we'll see if Pittsburgh ever wins a game. How all of that is going to sort out emotionally will be certainly worth a watch.
Well, you say these guys, they're all in and they're going for it, and they want to get to that next level and achieve their dream of playing in the NFL. Have you seen some guys that you think are going to get that opportunity?
Oh, there's definitely like the left tackle tonight for Michigan is an NFL guy. I mean, Jeff Fisher, he can kind of say at point blank, 20-some years of doing it. Like, yeah, this guy should be in the league. Cheyenne O'Grady, the tight end, he should be in the NFL. There's going to be, if there's 350 guys, there's going to be at least, 35 at least that are going to get into a camp. Now, can they stay healthy? Travis Feeney, can he stay healthy? Can they get over that hump? Because a lot of these guys are players 60 through 90 in training camps, right? You look around the NFL and you look at these guys' backgrounds, most all of them have been in camp before, but they tend to be players 60 through 90. So is it experience? Is it health? Is it right time, right place? Is it right fit of system? Is it getting a tick faster? Is it minimizing my weaknesses and playing in my strengths just a little bit more? I think there's a little of all of that. Out of those 10%, how many make the team and play next year? We're going to see somebody, right? Was it P.J. Walker? Was that his name? The old Temple QB?
Yep.
And we had him in the XFL with the Houston Roughnecks.
Played for Carolina.
Yes. And we're like, this guy's good. He just needs the right fit, the right opportunity. And sure enough, not only does he get back to the league, he starts games for Carolina. There will be players come out of this league that do that.
I was going to ask you about quarterback, because these are the leagues in the past where you could develop maybe a quarterback and he would jump out. But quarterback play is so good in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's become elite. There was a time where, and you remember this, there was 5 to 8 good quarterbacks. You couldn't have 32 good quarterbacks in this league, but now 25 franchises have good quarterbacks.
Well, there's 2 other stress points too, because back in my century in '99, they kept 3 quarterbacks per team. And now it's basically 2 and maybe a practice squad. So there's less supply. And then on top of it, you don't have March, April, May, June, July. Like, you don't have those months. When I was playing, off-season started mid-March. And it wasn't just like, hey, let's go work out for a little bit. It was meetings. It was on the practice field. I mean, it was lots and lots and lots of reps and development and time. And, today, the new CBA, the players are like, yeah, we'll show up maybe. And maybe in late April, we'll be there for a couple weeks of lifting. But I got my own trainer write my thing. And then they get 10 OTAs. That's it. 10 practices. And those, by the way, the PA, NFL PA is there watching, right? Watching and taping and filming everything. So you can't, I remember my first mini camp, it wasn't even OTA, mini camp. I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are in helmets. Yeah. And they are just getting after it in the speed and the ferocity. They don't get that today, these young players, these young developing quarterbacks. So that's why leagues like this are so critical to give those guys that opportunity.
So I've got to imagine the last couple of weeks have significantly increased the time you have spent in Birmingham over your life. What has been a surprise to you about our fair city?
Gosh, I wish I could get out. And actually this afternoon, I think I am going to get out a little bit. Yeah, the airport is amazing. I know every nook and cranny of it. Easy, right?
Just easy in, easy out. I'll give you that.
Easy in, easy out.
Yeah.
The food is obviously very, very good. I've ordered in a few times. The first weekend, we saw each other, and that Friday night, the night before, went to a great restaurant downtown. Had some great fried chicken and food, and Fox was there, and NBC was there, and all the executives were there. That was for me like, wow. There's some names on emails that I've seen before, and now we're all in this room together. So. It doesn't surprise me. I was in the South for an entire season covering the SEC early in my career. The hospitality down here is just different. It's just different. Yeah. So the people are, Marcus, who I've gotten to know, driver, and just as salt of the earth, wonderful, wonderful man. Just let me know anything you need anytime. It just is, it's a genuine, real thing. And when you come down South and get to taste that hospitality, as I was reminded of how much I did enjoy that year on the road down here.
Well, let us know what you want for lunch, because we're going to order in the commercial break coming up. My wife is on standby.
Assuming you're sticking around for a
minute. Yeah, if you want to. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Yeah, I figure you
guys
know your food a little bit.
Yeah, we know our food.
Whatever you like. I'm pretty easy.
Pastor Maggie's on standby. She's waiting for us to call in the order, so it'll be good. Right. Part of our show is being brought to you. We do this for profit, so we've never had to do this with you in the room with us, but we'll do a commercial or two. Part of the show is being brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Right now, LT has turned in the Porsche, and you're now driving the what?
I'm in that 2020 Mercedes SUV. It is awesome. It's only got 13,000 miles on it. Again, I talked about this earlier in the show. We were talking about the Bijan Robinson Lamborghini deal. My man Drew Shields can find anything you want. He's got everything out there. It's an incredible showroom. Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience is second to none, and Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they will make it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.com. You can also stop by, see the incredible showroom. Most dealerships don't have inventory. My man Drew Shields can get you anything you want. Make sure you tell him the next round sent you.
We dotted a lot of I's and crossed some T's there with Brock. We'll loosen up a little bit with him in the next segment coming up as we roll on. 113 days away from week 0 of college football right here on the next round.
Now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
We all see what's going on with supply chain problems. Grocery store, gas station, hardware store, the one-time supply chains are not a problem when products are made in the United States. That's where Red Wing Shoes has an advantage. Red Wing Shoes has been making footwear in the USA for more than 100 years. That American quality doesn't come alone. It comes with excellent customer service. Using a 3D scan, the Red Wing team will measure your feet to ensure a great fit. You've always wanted to try the best, and you deserve the best. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Trussville and Pelham.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
With that said, we did not attack lunch.
We didn't order lunch there. What do you want? You want barbecue, Brock?
Yeah. I haven't
Okay.
had barbecue down here yet.
You've what?
I mean,
did you just say you've not had barbecue down here?
I've not had barbecue.
All right. We can take care of that.
Yep.
All right.
We're going to get some ribs, some pulled pork for him.
Yeah, why don't we just do that?
Okay.
Yeah.
From the place I was talking about,
It
or the
doesn't
place
matter
we
to
were
me.
originally talking about?
Burn ends?
Yeah.
I know what I can order that's close to burn ends
Yeah.
from the place you're talking about. So, yeah, let me, here, I'll write that down.
Okay, great.
You want to text? What?
Here, I'll open up my phone.
Okay.
I would love to get Creekside, but we just don't have time to
We
go out
don't.
there.
We don't have time to get Creekside. Do we?
No, I don't think so.
Do we?
I don't think we do.
I mean, Pastor Maggie's the one's going.
Yeah.
You don't go to Carolina.
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm pretty easy, by the way. Like yeah.
Do they have any burnt ends?
That would be a question for them.
Yes.
We'll work on it here, Brown. But you tell me what I need to do.
All right,
And I don't
I'll do
really care. They don't got burnt in. You just get whatever you think is good, and
Yeah.
I'll eat it.
I'm just excited that my wife is gonna.
She's pitching in today.
Yeah. Usually it's LT's girlfriend that is running food up here for us, and my wife's jumping in today. So
nice.
I'm excited to get to see her halfway through the day. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. They bring us Lance's Lock every day. We were talking about gambling to start the show with the book that's coming out, and Phil Mickelson losing $40 million according to the book. between 2010 and 2014. LT really should give him a free pass to lanceslock.com so he saves a few dollars down the road. Lance's Lock every day here, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, look, I don't have the play up yet. Again, it was a heartbreaker yesterday. We had the Phillies up 7-0. They blow a 7-1 lead in the ninth inning. Win probability 99.9%. That was a tough loss last night for you. We're going to get back on track tonight. We'll have some NBA for you, some Major League Baseball. So stay tuned, lanceslock.com.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hills for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, and his team there. Call them up 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. All right, we were talking with Brock about NIL and, the Lambeau for the best running back at Texas and what we've seen now with Jordan Addison, who was the Biletnikoff Award winner, who's in the portal, may go back to Pitt, could go to USC. You may have some inside information there. Mm-hmm. Alabama's Bryce Young's throwing balls to him. Boy, it's hard when you see best player on a team walk out the door to go to somewhere else, but then, it's the wild, wild west, so you really can't blame him.
I try not to be this guy. Colette loves to call it old man yelling at the clouds. Right?
Yes.
I try not to be that guy and realize, and I think it helps that I've got kids, right? My oldest is at Montana playing basketball and she had a great year and great experience. So I'm in covering sports the way I do and still being around it. I realize it's a totally different era. And to go back and say, oh my gosh, I wish it was like 95. It's not going to be like 1995. And there's a lot of things a whole lot better than in 1995 when we practice on fields that, we all got rashes on our legs. We're like, what is... And it was geese poop, like right by the lake. And it was, we kind of laughed at it. It was like, oh, that's not really funny. Or all the concussions guys had, or squat till you drop and their disc pops out of their back and their career's over, right? I mean, all that stupid stuff. So there's been great evolution, but I do know team dynamics, and I do know that this is the destruction of it. And I was telling you guys off the air, I was just in Phoenix for 3 days with the coaches meetings, the ADs, Pac-12, Big 12, Big 10, Mountain West, all sorts of coaches, people I've gotten to know over the years. And I really enjoyed, actually, of all the conversations, sitting with Tara Vonderveer, who I'd not really sat with and spent time with. And, she was just savvy and on point, as you would expect, someone that's been coaching for decades at a Hall of Fame level. She said, we all knew it was foolish under the old terms. We knew, I can't buy a kid lunch. You guys can't buy me barbecue, right? I can't host my own football camp in my town and make a little money on the side. We all knew that was so archaic and silly. This is dumb. But she also said, now we all know that a running back driving a Lamborghini or, a $3 million NIL for the Biletnikoff Award winner, that this is ludicrous and totally and completely unsustainable. And, the vibe there at these meetings, I'd been to probably 3 or 4 of them over the last 10 years. It was very, very different. It was a vibe of this is not sustainable. And where are the answers going to come from? Because that was my question. Is, okay, what are the answers? What are you guys doing in these meetings with your ADs and your partners and your coaches? And where's the solution?
I mean, the TV bubble itself can only pay for so much. It eventually will cap out, right?
It will. And eventually, this is the end game that I play with the Jay Billises of the world and the Mike Salks of the world and the guys that I've argued till I'm blue in the face for the last 10 years about. And this is where red-blooded capitalist becomes, I guess, blue-blooded socialist is what's going to happen to all the non-revenue sports?
Right.
What's going to happen to them? So this is wonderful that, we're going to have 40 elite football programs that could put NIL deals and these groups together and these consortiums of all this money. And okay, then what's going to happen to the other 80, let alone the 1AA and the 2 and 3? And I mean, what's going to happen to all of those schools? What's going to happen to women's basketball and volleyball and track and swimming and golf and all the non-revenue sports that get their streams from the revenue of their football school? Well, you tell me what's going to happen. And we all wanted equality for these players, right? That was the push. Hey, man, they need theirs. Well, what is going to happen to the thousands and thousands and thousands that may become club sports or intramural sports if they're not revenue making when the beast is being fed all of it and is separated from the rest of it.
Yeah, really, how do you figure it out? Because it's gotten so wild and so over the top. Like, it seems like we just started talking about NIL. This thing just got unleashed. And now, as you mentioned, Bijan's got a Lamborghini. I don't know where the sweet medium is here.
Yeah, and what do you tell your coaches that want to build their programs on sacrifice and hard work and everything you put into it, and all of a sudden, I try to imagine like 95 through 98. Okay, so Corey Dillon, Sean Sheehy, Cam Cleveland, great players. Like, they just up and left. Not only the NIL, like, hey, man, that's great. I'm glad you're getting some of yours. it would be weird, but I don't think there'd be that much bitterness. But it's when they get up and go, too.
Well, yeah, Jordan Addison, they are your reigning ACC champions. The Biletnikoff winner from the ACC champions has left his team. In a million years, that would never happen.
And it's not like they didn't bring in a quarterback. He's not going to have to go with a redshirt freshman at quarterback. They brought in Keaton Slovis from USC to be the quarterback at Pitt to throw to him.
Yeah, it's just the end game of it. Is it legislation? I mean, that's what some of the folks pointed to, that ultimately, Congress is going to have to get involved, and there's going to have to be, is that, you really want to go down that road?
Yeah, no. Greg Sankey at Capitol Hill yesterday.
Yeah, Greg Sankey, the Pac-12 commissioner, whose name we can't say here in the South. That's where they were.
Kliavkoff. There you go. George Kliavkoff.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
That's where they were yesterday, but I just don't know that that's the route anybody wants to go, is getting the government involved.
But this route is going to be a bubble that bursts.
Yeah.
This route is not going to work. This route is my buddy John Crack, who quit school and college to start an internet company and was calling me in my dorm room like, Brock, you wouldn't believe it. Our company just like making hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, that whole bubble, as we know, just burst and left people with nothing. And that was certainly the vibe and the feeling. Not to be Debbie Downer here on a Friday in Birmingham.
Boy, you brought the room down.
Sorry,
Then we're going to have fun this segment, Jim. That's what you said. You promised fun.
You guys jump in there. Hey, do you have a favorite uniform in the USFL? Because I do, but there's a couple of them I like. I'm not a Pittsburgh Mauler fan, and some of our viewers and listeners like the Breakers.
Yeah.
I would not have brought the Breakers back. I would have gone with the Wranglers, the Arizona Wranglers, or the Denver Gold.
Okay.
But the Breakers are here. That's an okay uniform. Do not like the Maulers. Do you have a favorite?
I would say Houston or New Orleans.
Houston or New Orleans.
The Breakers are pretty cool.
Yeah,
pretty bright, and just that, it pops. And then, Houston's got that kind of dark, the gray and black and red. A lot of red.
Well, do you know the history behind the Birmingham Red? Birmingham basically, especially old school Steelers, look like we just ripped off the 49ers, which I think they did, obviously.
Yeah.
Because if in the first USFL, the 49ers were the best team in the NFL. The old story, am I right, is that if you take Alabama crimson and Auburn orange and mix them together, that's the color red you end up with.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what they said in the news conference back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Now, I don't buy that. It looks like, oh, man, those 49er uniforms look good.
Let's use those.
Let's use those.
That's right.
That's
But
what it looked like.
supposedly, that's the red you get for the Stallions. Now, I don't know if they use the same red as the original USFL, but if you merge Auburn orange and Alabama's crimson together, that's what you get.
I could see that. Yeah. We can have some fun. When do you need a break?
No.
Coming up here in about a minute. We'll get another sponsor in.
Awesome. I would love to share a fun story from last week. Some football fans that were out. I want to pick your guys' brains a little bit too. And you can be, you all can be honest with me with what you're seeing with the product, what you like, what you think's a little bit of a step too far.
I've said it on the air all the time. I've loved the Stallion games. When there's any fans at all in the stands, it's a great television product, and I think it's has shown up in the ratings that way too. It's been really, really entertaining so far. We'll continue the conversation with Brock here in studio, and LT's got 4 downs for Brock. We'll get to that. Trash still to come. Rockstar, the final hour in the lounge, as we always do this time of year, and the show is being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Gutter Cap. It's time to improve your home by capping those gutters.
Yeah, cap it. Don't snap it. 823-2212. That's the number you need. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. If you get on the roof trying to clean the gutters out, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. It is Gutter Cap, 45% off the retail price. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes.
Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, and Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, Brock Huard in studio with us, so you'll see him in the USFL broadcast of Week 4, 9 o'clock tonight on FS1. And then for the Stallions game on Maine Fox again, 6 o'clock tomorrow. But it's a great in-stadium experience if you want to go out and watch Tampa Bay and Birmingham. And another battle for Birmingham for first place. The Stallions, the only unbeaten team left. Tampa Bay, my preseason pick to win the USFL championship. We've got a bet on that. So the two face off tomorrow night in a big game on Fox and a big, huge fireworks show right afterwards. Speaking of fireworks, the new items are in the store. We've got the Battle Red hats, a couple of different ones of those. LT has that on today with the next round patch, or you can get the Circle logo. I've got our captain's hat ready to hit the lakes this weekend if you want to do that. And several other hats, T-shirts, and things at nextround.store.
Did I ever send you gear? I did not. Okay, we'll leave.
I've been waiting.
Brock will leave with gear then.
Every morning, I'm like, Titus, go check the door.
I know. It's my
Beer's coming. Titus, go check the door.
I have ordered lunch though, so we're a step ahead now.
So lunch will be here at around 11:30. Part of the show this hour being brought to you by our great friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 down in Alabaster, to those Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken on a stick, and all the comfort food. They can do your tailgates, they can do your parties, your meetings, everything at champyschicken.com. The headlines include big baseball weekend for the Braves as they host the Brewers. After a day off yesterday, Milwaukee's playing really good baseball. That's there. The hockey continues tonight. Lunsford's Predators, he's going up to watch them in Nashville. Up the street this weekend. They lose in overtime last night. The NBA playoffs after a dark night last night come back tonight with a couple of games on ESPN. Miami and Phoenix on the road. They lead those series 2-0. In college football, we're watching to see where Jordan Addison ends up. We're watching to see where Jerry Bohannon ends up. He could still be the answer at quarterback for Missouri, the one-time Baylor quarterback. And then Auburn is in the mix for Ricky Pearsall from Arizona State. Arizona State did get Emory Jones, though, yesterday, the former Florida quarterback.
Which is probably bad news for Paul Tyson, a guy that's never started the game, who transfers out from Alabama and thought he had a fighting shot at that job. I would assume Emory Jones, with his experience, versatility, probably at least as a leader in the clubhouse going into the fall.
What's your letter grade on the Jaden Daniels, Emory Jones trade there?
Oh, I'll let Brock weigh in, but Jaden Daniels is a true freshman.
He was terrific.
I thought he was going to be outstanding.
But he regressed.
He did regress. So I don't know.
Yeah, there wasn't really any growth, right?
No,
I mean,
didn't seem to be.
Too. Right?
Yeah.
I remember saying to her, I'm like, do you feed him? Like he
is skinny.
I brought it up on the air, and we got him to pull. I said, he's got the skinniest arms I've ever seen.
Ever. And he chews on his mouthpiece like he's hungry. Like
feed him, Herb.
Feed that man. I know you got a good training table down there. And Emory is he is all over the place, right? Just sporadic in that program right now at ASU. That's probably a good fit. Both of them are just all over the board. So, and where it's going, we don't know.
Since we're talking about quarterbacks, we got to bring this up because it's been 2 hours. We haven't brought him up on the show. Will Levis.
Oh my goodness.
We were blown away. We saw mock drafts, I think this past Monday, so we've talked about him every day. And the dude that originally did it on CBS.
Oh, gosh, what was that guy's name? I can't remember his name. Brock doesn't do the 11 o'clock SEC Network game. He's never seen Will Levis play.
You've seen Will Levis play.
I've seen him play. I haven't seen him in person.
Yeah, that's why I should have said in person.
Yeah, I've not seen him in person. Certainly seen him play.
So let me give you the backdrop. I don't know if you've heard this, but we saw on Monday the first mock draft for 2023 came out. Yeah. They had him going number 5 overall. Then we see like 4 or 5 more mock drafts. They've got him in the top 10. Then McShay comes out with his yesterday. Yeah. Not only is Levis in the top 10, Anthony Richardson, who I know has got a ton of upside for Florida, is in the top 10.
Yeah, I think if we looked at these mocks last year when the season ended, Spencer Rattler, Sam Howell, JT Daniels.
Excellent point.
I may be wrong on that.
No, you're right.
But
you're
I'm pretty sure like after that season ended, like Sam Howell was going to be top 10 pick. Spencer Rattler is going to be a top pick. Right, coming off of a great year at Oklahoma, he's going to follow in line with all the other number 1 guys. So it is just a total crapshoot, total mess right now. And as we learned, and I made this point, I think on draft night to one of my friends sitting there, like, why haven't these quarterbacks gone? It's just so weird. Why haven't they gone? Why is the league not overdrafting? Why are they not just falling all over themselves as they have for years and years and years? And I think because franchise quarterbacks have divorced from franchises, there now is a different way to acquire your quarterback. You can get Matthew Stafford. You can get Russell Wilson. You can get Deshaun Watson. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick divorced after 20 years. And all of a sudden that thought, right, that for decades was, well, once you have one, You keep them, and you're never going to get Phillip Rivers or Ben Roethlisberger or Eli Manning. They're there. Well, that's done. I mean, the league has shown, these QBs have shown, no. I can empower my decision-making process. Why is it only Jalen Ramsey that can force his way, or Yannick Ngakoue that can force his way out of Jacksonville? I'm Deshaun Watson, and I'm not playing another down in Houston. Or I'm Russell Wilson, and I'll use Dan Patrick as my first foray in the public realm to let you all know what's going on behind the scenes, that I want out of here. So I think because of that, you've seen QBs. That's why I'd be very leery if I was Todd or any of these mockers to go, oh, yeah, next year this league's going to fall head over heels. Oh, really? You tell me where Kyler Murray is a year from now. You tell me where, right? I mean, it just is a new, different era in football.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield's looking for a job right now. Absolutely. USFL question. Ben is on the phones with us at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Hotline 205-734-0923. What's up, Ben?
Thanks for taking my call, and love the guests that y'all normally have on. Brock seems like a very humble and laid-back guy, so I hope you're enjoying the South and loving it. We've been to a couple of USFL games, and I hope that they can, keep it going and sustain it and keep the money going in, because going to some of the other games where Birmingham's not playing, the crowd's not quite as big, but the players come down and they talk to the kids and they hang out with them, and those young kids, they love that. And we went to last week's game, Tampa Bay and Houston, before the Birmingham game, and the kicker for Tampa Bay, Tyler, I know I'm going to kill his last name, Rasa maybe, and Derek Dillon come up. They took pictures with the kids, and then Tyler ended up giving the game ball that they played with on the field to my son, and like, that's so awesome. I mean, and everybody that's been there, all the players that we have met, they seem like they're extremely happy to be here, and that's awesome. So I love it. It's been a great product, and if you've not been out there, y'all guys need to go. I know y'all have, but for the other people, but it's been absolutely awesome. So anyways, thanks for y'all guys covering it, Brock, and it's been great so far.
Thank you, Ben.
I appreciate that, Ben. And that I was going to tell a little story last segment before we were hard up against the clock. Is that radio terms?
That is.
Sorry, digital terms.
Digital terms. Digital platform terms.
Digital platform terms.
Correct.
I'm sitting there on the field before the game. That game he's referencing, Houston, Tampa Bay, and I look up and there's a Tyler Lockett neon green jersey. I'm like, wow, okay, 12s are traveling, and he was a kid, so they come down. Hey, Brock, so come over. Tyler Lockett. And like, yeah, I'm from Puyallup. I go to Puyallup High School. And I said, Viking Power will survive through the class of 95. That's where I went to school too. And I said, what are you guys doing down here in Birmingham? And it was father son. They're like, we wanted to watch pro football.
Are you serious?
We love football. And then they were like, where's the drone? And I was like, wow, you guys are
dialed in.
You are on top of it. So I had to ask our producer where the drone was. The drone is going to take a couple of weeks off. I think it's back week 6 throughout the rest of the season. But yeah, they had traveled all the way from Puyallup to come watch. It wasn't a personal player, teammate. They just wanted to watch football. And to Ben, that caller's point, that Houston-Tampa game, I think was the first game other than the Birmingham games where there became a rooting interest in the stands. Like enough life and enough people. So the folks on the Houston side were definitely cheering for the Houston. The folks on the Tampa side kind of took a liking to those guys. And I hope there's a little bit, that's a hope here over the next 6-7 weeks that you can get just some of those people that maybe love a player. I love Clayton Thorson, or I love a certain guy on this team, and I'm going to go and find a way to root for him.
Yeah, my fear has always been that when people tune in to the non-Birmingham game, that somehow we're getting a bad reputation in Birmingham, and it's such a hard sell to get people to just go watch a game when you actually put the first names on. When you said this is Tampa Bay versus Houston, but you want me to come watch it, and you tell me, are we getting a bad reputation? Is this hurting Birmingham's reputation at all?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay,
yeah, because you see it fill up for Birmingham, and you see just that pride right in their team. It is interesting. You guys know who the market that has the highest ratings outside of Birmingham here? Do you know the market around the country? What would be your guess? And I don't know if this still sticks, but I think it has, certainly through the first few weeks.
I would guess Nashville.
Okay.
In college games, it's normally Birmingham, Columbus, Ohio, and Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Wow.
It is. I mean, I see them all the time.
All the time. It's Birmingham. It's actually Detroit.
Detroit, really? How about that?
Yep. Which
Rockstar, they're just looking for
want to see some good football.
Looking for good football. Yeah. Rockstar's a Lions fan, believe it or not.
Sadly, we're going farther. I have to say 6 wins this year.
6 wins.
I'm going to go for 6. I think it'd be a good year.
Yeah, but that market is one, as you said, like Birmingham, that loves their sports and loves their football. Okay, so what have you guys loved the most? What have you enjoyed? I saw you week 1 down there, and we had a good time. But what have you, from the product, player, scheme?
Well, first, the actual games themselves have been more entertaining than I didn't watch a lot of the XFL. The last part of the XFL I did the first time around.
9 of the 12 one-possession games.
And that's what I
didn't like the Alliance so much, but it's such a good product. And I think the play, so I applaud the officiating, letting them hold a little bit on the offensive line, hold a little bit in the secondary. It's sort of made for good football. I've enjoyed the actual games.
You know, from the beginning when they announced the league, I like the nostalgia, bringing the teams back in the uniforms. That was kind of exciting. But going down there, it is a better product because the last time I was at Legion Field, I don't even know if you've ever been to Legion Field. The last league, who was it? The
Alliance.
The Alliance.
Yeah.
It is night and day.
It was boring. There was no atmosphere, no juice in the stands. Their music wasn't timed out. It's just a good product.
I'll tell you, to me, what I've liked the most is you just mentioned it. 9 of the 12 games have been single possession games because the league built the teams, and that's the smartest thing to me the USFL has done in all of this. Is you didn't hand it over to a city and say, okay, you go get your management, you draft it what you think's best. The smartest thing they did was we're going to build the teams. We're going to give you a pool to pick from. We're going to evaluate that pool, and you're going to pick from that pool.
And you know what's cool as a football geek and just one that enjoys the team build and the number of conversations we have had for 10 years about the Seahawks and Pete and John and the Rams and how they're doing it now. What I enjoy is each of these men and women and folks in the organization had a chance to craft it in the vision they wanted. Jeff Fisher said, I'm not getting big guys. There's only 45. We stood up 38. Like my D linemen and O linemen have got to be lean and mean. Like they're going to get worn down. I can't have 330 pounds. Even if I wanted a big D tackle, just getting him on and off the field as much as they're going to have to play is not, in his mind, sustainable. Mike Riley wanted 3 tight ends and wanted to do it his way. Skip is doing it, and Larry Fedora with a real college vision, a college eye, a little more RPO and zone read. So I think that's what I've enjoyed the most, watching Kirby Wilson struggle. Right? What do you expect? He's a 25-year running back coach. His first time calling plays. Like it's going to take him. There's going to be an experience and a learning curve he's got to climb. So I've enjoyed, from a football perspective, the team build for each of these. Todd Haley, different guy. I asked him, man. I actually looked over on the sidelines. I'm like, why are you so calm? You used to be just a maniac. And he's like, oh, coach high school football a couple years. Those guys are maniacs. It settled me down. I'm like, I look like that. I sound like that. Those guys are crazy. And in the way that he's gone about it and calling plays and building his staff with total familiarity. I mean, everybody save for one guy on his staff was someone he'd been with and coached with and knew and almost family. So that's what I've enjoyed, is seeing how uniquely they've all kind of wired and built their teams.
Fountain of youth for Jeff Fisher. I mean, the hat's turned around. Is he sticking with that, you think? Is he going to go week 4 with the hat turned around?
Good question. I will ask him. I'm going to see him here in about an hour and a half. I'll ask him if he's just trying to do the youthful thing.
Hey, can I go back to your high school days? It was
Viking Power will survive through the class of 95.
I've told this story. It was years ago. My first introduction to you was I was sitting in Indians in North America, a class at the University of Alabama. It was a very difficult class. You show up, you get an A. But I've got my USA Today under the table reading, and you used to do the guest commentary as a senior in high school. And I thought that was the coolest thing, because I guess your brother Damon was at Washington at that point.
Yes.
And
do you know for how many years people came up to me? You know what that really was, Lance? That was really Twitter before social media. That was social media. The USA Today had asked me and said, hey, will you keep a diary during the season?
I thought it was the coolest thing, though.
Yeah.
And it was week to week. And, and I just kind of got addicted to it. I was addicted to USA Today, though. I love the publication. I miss it.
Yep.
But I wanted to ask you, was it always Washington for you? I mean, were there other options?
No. I took my favorite coach, and this shouldn't offend anybody at Washington, but my favorite guy that I connected with and I loved the most was Terry Donahue.
Wow. UCLA?
Yeah. I really loved him. And then for years and years, when he retired, he got into doing games on radio, and I'd see him all the time across country. And I just thought the absolute world of him. And I wanted to play there, and I wanted to play for them. And I took my recruiting visit there, came home, and it wasn't perfect. And there were some things that were like, I don't know how comfortable I'd be with that. But I told my friends, I'm going to UCLA. I love the sun. I love the beach. I love, the Rose Bowl, to play in it. Like I'm going, and I loved Terry Donahue.
But like, what was when you were getting recruited in 1995 to like your nephew Sam, who's playing now at Washington? I would assume the first question a lot of kids ask now is NIL. What am I getting? It's not about playing time. It's not about getting to the NFL. It's not about winning championships.
That's a whole lot more. Not necessarily even for my nephew 2 years ago. Like this whole NIL, as we talked about, is so new. I think that's a whole lot of it now. Back then, it was me and a guy from Pennsylvania. We were the 1 and 2 in the country. And I'm blanking on his name right now. He ended up being a fullback at Florida State. So he transitioned. He went to play QB. He's a terrific player. So it was him and I. It was like the top 2 quarterbacks in the country that year. And the USA Today did say, hey, do you want to do this? Do you want to keep this diary? And I remember Mr. Culver, my English teacher, was just a great guy. Rest in peace. And I'd write it. And they said, hey, just be personal. We want to hear about the homecoming dance, your girlfriend, my high school girlfriend at that time, your friends, just not just football, recruiting. And I give it to Mr. Culver, and he would edit it, and then he'd probably fax it. I think he had to fax it back in the day to USA Today. And there was a good 10 years, Lance, where I'd see people on the street, and they'd be like, hey, you still with your high school girlfriend? Or,
What a weird question.
Yeah. Where I so love that, that diary that you kept in the USA Today. That there was there's still, even to this day, there's still people that will connect back to that.
Do you guys remember it at all?
No. I don't. I didn't read USA Today a lot.
I loved USA Today.
It was social media before this. Yeah. It truly was. It was just, hey, man, live your life out, put it out there. There weren't necessarily, I guess there were still some pictures. And actually in my old scrapbook buried in the garage, I have a book from my senior year that's got all of those.
And did you just get a million letters? Did you get any SEC offers?
My very first phone call, recruiting-wise, the way that thing went back in the day, they called at a certain time. I think I had a call at like 4 a.m. from Clemson. That wasn't Dabo back then, but yeah, that was my very first call.
I don't even know who the Clemson coach
would have been in '95.
Gosh, he became an O-line coach. Yeah, you'd have to look that up. Nice man.
Because I had to look up who your Washington coach was. Do you remember who the Washington coach is he played for? It was not Don James.
Wasn't Don James.
I thought Don James.
It wasn't Brad Scott, was it, at Clemson?
It was Brad Scott at Clemson.
Was it?
Wow.
I forgot he was the Clemson.
Jim. Wow.
There you go. That rarely happens on this show that I'm right.
Yeah. All right. Get the Washington coach when he was there. You'll
the
never
Washington
get
coach
this.
when he was there?
Yeah. Because I thought Don
coordinator
James.
for 30 years for Don James. Great defensive coordinator.
Oh, I'll never get this.
Jim Lambright.
Jim Lambright.
Okay.
I'd forgotten him.
Jim Lambright, yep.
Like I can remember Ty Willingham. I can remember Neuheisel.
You want to tell some stories. Like my recruiting stories, though, I've got some stories from my recruiting trail. So I don't know if y'all.
Oh, yeah. No, did you get offered a lot of stuff?
No, not
because he had
necessarily.
no SEC offers. Yeah. We're the only ones that
No,
pay.
I remember I had like a gift basket of like fruit and stuff on my bed at UCLA. Like, I think this was illegal, because Washington was on probation. Washington just got busted
because of Neuheisel, right?
No, that was pre-Neuheisel. No, that was lots of issues, and
this was end of Don James time.
Of Don James time, and
end of the golden years for Washington.
Yeah, end of some of those struggles. But no, like Scott Frost was my host at Stanford. Bill Walsh was the coach. Scott spent a week, or not a week, spent a day talking about, man, you left Wood River, Nebraska to come here. I'd have to leave Puyallup. What was it like leaving your home state, your hometown? A week later, he transferred back to Nebraska. Bill McCartney, Colorado. Talked to him one time.
Right.
My pastor had given me his book because they had come from Colorado. They knew Bill
Up from
McCartney.
the Ashes was the name of the book,
Ashes
right?
to Glory.
From Ashes to Glory.
Ashes to Glory. I talked to him one time. He called me. It was Neuheisel mostly recruiting me. And I said, Bill, man, this is an awesome book. Promise Keepers is taken off. Like, how are you going to do this? How are you going to manage? 3 days later, my first recruiting trip, I land at the hotel. Headline on SportsCenter: Bill McCartney retires.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
You were the coach.
You let them off.
I don't know what I was, but it was. Yeah, there's some stories to tell from my recruiting days.
Wow. Well, Brock's big breaking news. Brock's at the airport. What's going to happen?
Did you take all 5 official visits?
Nope. I went to Pitt, my first one.
Wow.
First time on an airplane. How about that?
Oh, wow.
Yep. Grew up and in that minivan. My parents were teachers, and so we did. I'd never been on an airplane. Johnny Majors was coming back to Pitt.
Oh, wow. I was thinking Mike Gottfried. So it was right after Gottfried, Johnny Majors.
Johnny Majors is going to resurrect Pitt. Great med school. I wanted to do medicine. Ken Karcher, the OC, great Christian guy. I really liked him. Went out there on the visit. There was a running back that ended up going to Michigan, being a pretty good player, just him and I. Land there. We got cheerleaders at the dinner. My host was Ruben Oben, who played a long time in the league, and Curtis Martin.
Oh, my favorite Martin.
Yeah, Curtis
for
Martin.
the Jets.
And he said, "Hey, man, you may want to put your seatbelt on. I kind of drive like I run." And it was ludicrous. Yeah. So I went to Pitt, Stanford, UCLA, Washington. I was going to go to Miami, but I was done. Dennis Eric, I was like, no, I'm through with the visits.
Where was Pitt playing their games back then?
Oh, just some old
Pitt
Stadium.
Campus Stadium. Yeah, I used to love watching games. I'm sure it was a dump.
Right?
Yeah,
just a bowl.
Yeah, but it had so much more character for a college stadium than Heinz Field, or at that time that was Three Rivers.
They made a massive mistake though, because they didn't know who they were recruiting analytically, and just the way my mind worked. And I walked through, and Johnny was taping the next day. I think they beat Rutgers or something. He was taping their Johnny Majors show, and in the locker room, and didn't have many of the guys' names. And I was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Like, just at that stage, it was just not going to be a fit, not going to work. Great man, super man. Ken Karcher actually texted me. I think he's in the Birmingham area, family in the area. So,
really?
Yeah, a lot of deep connection still through the recruiting process. I see Scott obviously a ton in Nebraska. And, yep. He up and left the farm, headed back, and good move for him because he won a national title there in Nebraska.
A lot to talk to Brock about. We'll do our 4 downs later on. Trash is on the other side. Part of our show being brought to you by the Legion FC, our pro soccer team here in Birmingham. Road game coming up tomorrow up in Pittsburgh, but they're back at Protective Stadium in between USFL games. They're scrubbing the football lines off, throwing soccer down. Back on Wednesday night. Everybody wins Wednesday. Legion and Las Vegas this Wednesday night. After a 1-1 draw with Miami last Wednesday night, you can get your tickets, bhmlegion.com. bhmlegion.com. Every Wednesday home game has great food and drink prizes there. Also part of the show and our look ahead being brought to you by Michelson Laser Vision. Nobody has helped LT see better than our friends at Michelson over the years.
Yeah, make that call, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. 20 years ago, I got the procedure done. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, they truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, MOVE, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
A little over 1 hour from now, Rockstar is in the lounge. We do that every Friday between the Final Four and the start of the college football season. Rockstar, who just became a father. What song are you did a sort of a song for your son you're going to sing to him to put him to sleep.
Doesn't work.
Yeah,
doesn't work.
You've given up on that already.
That was last week.
Has the opposite effect.
What kind of song you have for us today?
I don't know. I was debating Wild World Cat Stevens. I'm debating a bunch of stuff.
What about Papa Don't Preach, Madonna?
Well, speaking of Brock during the break, you know what he requested?
Yeah, Brock put in a request.
Queensryche, Silent Lucidity.
Oh, wow. But older brother loves Queensryche.
Yep.
He's actually seen him like 5 times in concert.
Really?
No lie.
Do you do that one, Rockstar, though?
I can do the opening riff. That's about a 6.5-minute song. It's a great song, but no, I do not perform it.
Okay.
We've got 4 hours.
Is that your wheelhouse?
I was just telling Rockstar, like I was not a huge music guy. I was a nerd. I mean, I was medical school. That was going to be my path. If football didn't work, I mean, I was a nerdy, analytical. Damon, all into music, my older brother. And in fact, like when those first little iPods were made, like he would download thousands of songs. He would give them as gifts. They're like amazing gifts. But my era in the 90s in Washington, I mean, come on now, Rockstar, Pearl Jam and Stone Temple Pilots and Nirvana. Wow. I mean, it was.
He said he worked a Pearl Jam show.
I did.
Unbelievable.
First time I saw marijuana.
Were you like security, like bouncer, like front of the stage?
No, that would be the O lineman and D lineman.
Okay.
Yeah, they hired, I think, the whole football team at Memorial Stadium. It's an old stadium right by the Space Needle in Seattle. And they performed there. They had put the scaffolding up and the speakers, and this little guy, shirtless guy, during a live, climbed up there, got past the police, and was on top of the scaffolding and the speaker. It was amazing. But no, all the big guys were in the mosh pit. I was up in the stands, and yeah, I was giving this guy the business. I was security 101. Put that away. What are you doing?
Put that out.
Yes.
So we've heard about Brock's first flight and first time seeing marijuana today. A lot of firsts from Brock here on the show. Before we get to the trash, though, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. You know we get these spring storms that roll through here all the time in the South. If you haven't had that roof inspected in a while, Greg Nelson, our buddy, who's got 10 children, locally owned, and he and his wife own the place, 10 kids. He's not going anywhere. A roofing contractor you can absolutely trust, and he understands what it's like to have a family and to sort of trying to make ends meet. So he'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation. Here's Greg's cell number. 205-542-3531. You're not calling someone at a desk, an answering service. This is Greg's cell number. Sometimes he answers it. He's on somebody else's roof. 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love him and trust him. That's going to help him out. Or you can just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. We're keeping an eye out on Alabama and the portal. There's a chance, though, recruiting-wise, that Alabama may go away from Arch Manning, according to reports. Eli Holstein, a 4-star quarterback down in Louisiana, Zachary, Louisiana. Alabama's got some interest in him, and according to 24/7, if they go with Eli, they will say no to Arch.
Yeah, so the most Alabama thing ever, they're going to move on from Eli Manning to a 4-star, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want Arch Manning. We're going to take Eli Holstein.
Hey, we're not big recruiting guys. Have you watched Arch play? And I would ask you, because you came out about the time Peyton Manning did. And I'm just wondering where Arch is at this point in his career compared talent-wise to both Peyton and Eli.
Well, I've said this to Peyton. Peyton makes home up in Denver, as I do. And our sons played on a couple little basketball teams. And I said to Peyton, at one of those games, I was like, who is Arch? He is massive. He is built. If you saw him on the basketball court, he looks like a grown man. I mean, he is more developed than Peyton and Eli ever were. I mean, he is physically just much, much stronger than Peyton was, certainly coming out of high school or Eli. And yeah, he is a big, physical, talented kid. And yeah, he is gifted. He's really gifted. There's some of the NFL guys that have obviously worked with him that I know and say, he could be our number 2 in an NFL team.
Wow. Right now.
Yeah, just physically. Now, obviously, maturity and mentally and everything else, ways to go. But physically, he is much more advanced than either of those Manning brothers
It's
were.
just amazing, that family.
It's crazy.
From what Archie did to both brothers winning a Super Bowl, and now their nephew has got an opportunity to do that. It's crazy.
Really interesting. Okay, away from sports, trash time. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. So we've got a Virgin Atlantic flight leaving London, heading to New York. It's got to turn back. You guys want to guess why?
I can't answer. I saw the news story.
I have not seen the news story. Brock flew the first time as a senior in high school. I mean, medical emergency would be your first guess.
For the record, Brock, I don't like flying.
Yeah.
And I was recently on a trip last year about this time to Cabo, and we had to turn around from Denver to Cabo mid-flight because they were afraid the landing gear was not working properly.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, I've had that too.
Which I don't understand. You got to land either way. Why did you?
Well, they didn't want to land in Cabo because Denver's one of their hubs, and if they got stranded there, mechanical problems.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, that was this one almost as bad. They realized
the difference is the foam in Denver helps on the landing. The foam in Cabo, people are dancing in it.
That's true. You're funnier with Brock here.
The Virgin flight to New York had to turn back after the co-pilot revealed he was still a trainee.
Guys,
appreciate the honesty. What does this do?
I mean, but he's off. Why is he off the ground before he makes this admission?
Jet was 40 minutes into its transatlantic journey when the first officer informed his stunned captain that he had yet to complete his last flying test. Furious passengers bound for the U.S. were delayed almost 3 hours as it returned to Heathrow, where it waited on the runway while frantic staff found an experienced replacement.
You know, Bob, I feel like there's something I should tell you.
A source told The Sun, quote, "You could cut the tension in the cockpit with a knife."
I would imagine.
Brian, why don't you take us up to 30,000 feet? All right, how do I do that?
I'm going to eat. They brought me my meal.
Okay, here are some unmanly things every man should try at least once. I've done almost all these. Let's see where you guys are. Yeah.
Okay.
The first one, this is the one that I have not done, or I can't remember if I have done
I know Dunaway's done it.
I know Dunaway probably does this nightly.
Unmanly? Man?
Yeah,
Okay.
being the little spoon.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I love when my wife spoons me. Yes. Yes.
Awkward.
No.
There's some
No.
It's a security
Brock's
blanket.
too damn big, though, man.
That's right.
And at my age now, I get cold really easy. And Maggie's hot, so it's fun. Yeah.
Here's one. I think we've all done this. Going to the spa. I like going to the spa.
I do.
Massage.
Yeah.
You know, I had a friend that told me recently he was having some health issues, and they told him he needed to reduce his stress and his blood pressure, and he started getting pedicures.
Never.
I've never done it either, Rob, but he's like, man, he said, Brown, you've got to go get a
Never
pedicure.
done manicure. I've done pedicures.
Yeah, he
though.
said the pedicure's amazing.
They scrape that stuff off your
That's
heel.
what he said.
They
It's just
massage your
incredible.
calf.
He goes, this is the best 30 minutes of my week now.
The hydrofacial's good too.
Yeah.
Really good.
I've never done that.
A pee sitting down. I've done it. And
Yeah.
it's lazy, but I've done it. Brock, you done it?
Yeah, probably. But we had a lineman my rookie year in the NFL, offensive lineman. I won't mention his name, Brian. He it didn't matter what he was wearing, blue jeans, practice pants, anything. In the way our lockers were situated there in Seattle, the bathroom, you could see the urinals in the stall, and every time he would drop his pants to his ankles.
Oh.
Stranger than sitting and peeing. I mean, it was
Yes.
like your 6-year-old son that's learning to pee in the woods or whatever. Every single time.
We had one coworker at our old station, Jogs, that I walked in one time, and he was that way at the urinal when I walked in. I turned around and walked out.
So strange.
What is happening?
You know, I think so. In that situation, I know you're talking about. I think he had to because he was a larger
He was a
gentleman.
little overweight, yeah.
and he had to wear the stretchy pants with no zipper. So I think that was the only option.
These are unmanly things every
You don't
man
have to
should
see- you
try
don't
at
have to
least
see that
once.
once. Yeah.
Go to a Broadway musical. I've been to a few musicals.
Yeah.
I've
Broadway musicals?
Yeah.
Oh, my, yes.
yeah, but not
Seen
on
Hamilton.
Not necessarily on Broadway though, right?
No,
Like,
I mean,
because
it's-
the Broadway they came here one time.
Yeah.
Oh, they
So
used
far,
to.
we're just cultured or not cultured. Yes, I've been to a Broadway musical.
That's not my favorite.
I have never done this. Dancing lessons.
No.
We did it together. I knew it. The biggest upset in show history. We did it together.
All right. So the backstory. There's a backstory to this rock star.
Always is.
They were an advertiser. Now we took our wives. Dunaway and I did not learn to dance together. Ryan,
There's
you're
that one
Ryan.
song.
Ryan, you're leading. No, Jim, you're leading. No, Ryan, you're leading.
Well, Little Spoon's not going to lead.
Look at Ryan and Jim over there. No. It was our wives were with us, but it was an advertiser, which seemed to be a horrible spin for them on a sports station.
Did you go back?
No,
I went one time.
Of course you
We
did.
had a whole, but I didn't go back. I mean, that first night, they were like, okay, we'll see you next week. All right, see you next week.
All right,
I'm never
all right.
going back.
Yeah,
That
you're
was
canceling
horrible.
this advertising, no doubt.
And the final one is use a bidet. I've used a bidet before.
I've used a bidet. Not a fan of that sensation.
I have
You
not.
guys ever have Ben Hartsock on your show?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on.
He's got a bidet in
In his house.
In his house?
Oh, I love
That's
that.
uppity.
And it was awful. I felt like
Yeah, you're like,
yeah.
Man, your
Yeah, you're
toilet
getting
is
invaded.
messed up.
yeah. This toilet's going
wrong with
backwards,
this
buddy.
toilet?
Yeah. No, it's a weird sensation. I don't know how the Europeans do it.
Okay, now that you're a world traveler, you'll appreciate this. These are definitive rules for airplane armrest allocation. If you're on the aisle, this seat gets the outside armrest only. The aisle seat enjoys free access to leave the row to use bathroom, considerable stretching room on the aisle side, and the most open feel of the row. The responsibility of the aisle seat are to get up to allow your row mates access to bathroom and the rest of the aircraft.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
The center. This seat gets both armrests. Center seat has none of the benefits of the aisle or window, and as such is compensated with the use of both armrests that border the seat.
Yeah, I would agree. You've got the crap location there. You ought to get both armrests.
But I at least just want one. Give me one.
Yeah, but I agree. The center seat should get both.
Yeah.
And the window seat gets the wall side armrest. The window seat, of course, has the window, which you obviously get a good view.
Something to lean on.
But you also have something you can lean on.
Are you a window or aisle?
Oh, window.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm an aisle.
Lance is an aisle guy.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy the aisle.
You're a middle guy.
Love the window, but I do. I just flew with buddies to Vegas and back, and they're bigger men than me, and I volunteered for the middle. So they would be aisle. I took the middle.
Runaway sandwich.
Oh, yes. It's a very better one.
You can't have the Oreo cookie without me, man.
I've always felt cramped in the middle seat. I hate the middle seat.
It is.
Awful seat.
Okay, Rocky, I don't know where you found these, but demotivation quotes for a bad day.
All right.
First one. Every dead body on Mount Everest was once a highly motivated person, so maybe calm down.
Dial it back a little bit. That's a good point.
Here's another one. If you never try anything new, you'll miss out on many of life's great disappointments.
That's true.
Another one. 1,000-mile journey starts with one step. Then again, so does falling in a ditch and breaking your neck. Another. Today is the first day of the rest of your life, but so was yesterday, and look how that turned out. And the final one. Eagles may soar, but weasels don't get sucked into jet engines. And finally, Rocky, you were going to show us this. Ferrari has introduced their first ever SUV, 12-cylinder engine. It starts at around $245,000, and that's exactly what you need is that bright yellow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You get one of those in Denver, Brock?
No.
No.
It looks like it's on a Denver road, though.
Titus, my little guy, is a car guy.
So's Jack.
So is LT's little guy.
Little guy is too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like he could tell you everything about that car right now.
Yeah, he sees it from a distance. Oh, that's a Lambo SUV. Oh, that's a. Yeah, he's got it all dialed.
He's envious of Bijan right now, right?
Very much. Yeah. Although I don't know if how's Bijan going to fit in a Lamborghini?
Well, that's what we talked about earlier. I don't know that he gets the car. Does he just get money for? I mean, would you want to drive a Lambo on a college campus?
No. No, I had an '83 Ford T-Bird hand-me-down. And you know what it had?
We know you didn't get paid.
It had a Kenwood disc face, like you could take the face off.
Yeah.
And put it in your car.
Well, you had to because
You had
people
to.
would steal the old car stereo back in the day.
Man, big time.
At West Coast, did you ever have the club on your steering wheel?
No.
You know what I'm talking about,
though,
right?
Friends did.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, that face just popped.
Is that your car? Rockstar's got your car up.
That's pretty close. Yeah. Pretty close.
What color was it?
Gray. Oh, it was awful. Brakes went out. I was driving to see my now wife, and brakes just.
Well, what do you do in that situation?
Emergency brake. You got to ride the emergency brake.
You got to
a literal emergency. It's normally the parking brake until then. It's the emergency brake.
Thought you were going to tell me you were going to see your neighbor and rolled right past her into your now wife's.
No.
That'd be fate right
that
there.
would.
A God thing. All right, that is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
USFL action tonight, 9 o'clock at Protective Stadium. Also, Hall of Fame class for NASCAR announced yesterday. Our buddy Marty Smith and Ryan McGee voting for that. Matt Kenseth, one of the names you would recognize, and former Talladega track guy ended up being the president of NASCAR, Mike Hilton, going into the 2023 class. Congratulations to Mike Hilton. Spent a lot of time with us and in this area. He's going into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. The show is also brought to you in part by Rockstar's Guy. Tell us about Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre, who is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jai Hall trying to win the breakup. LT's 4 down, and Rockstar in the lounge still to come on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently in. New patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brock and Ryan band will rejoin us at the top of the hour. They're out enjoying some nice southern barbecue. LT and I will hold down the fort here for a second. Part of the show being brought to you by Bromberg's. A quick reminder, it is actually Mother's Day weekend out there.
I keep forgetting that. I also want to remind you, not only is Bromberg's a great place to get an array of different products for Mom for Mother's Day, it's also their big diamond sale. It's got 2 more days. Through tomorrow, you can shop the incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. It is Bromberg's big diamond sale. It only happens once a year, so you need to take advantage of this. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They've got a multi-million-dollar inventory on hand of gorgeous loose diamonds and fabulous diamond jewelry. The best prices of the year, along with a vast collection of loose diamonds, are meticulously selected diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry will be on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off. Again, the big diamond sale, it is underway. 2 more days, today and tomorrow. Take advantage. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, brombergs.com.
Our buddy Chip Brown out in Austin, Texas, had a chance to talk with Ajay Hall, the former Alabama wide receiver, yesterday. Ajay Hall, trying to win the breakup, if you will. And I'm a big try to win the breakup kind of guy.
I know you are.
It's not a healthy way to be. Ajay Hall is trying to win the breakup. He goes to Texas. He tells Chip, quote, "One thing that really stood out is the culture. Bama fans, they're not really loving, if I could say, even when you leave. Texas fans are like a family. They love you unconditionally." Ajay Hall yesterday to your boy Chip Brown.
Man, I mean, it's just unfortunate you would even say something like that. I mean, you can give credit to the Texas fans. They've been really embracing, but say something like, I did enjoy my time in Tuscaloosa. The fans were great there. You remember the fans raving about Ajay Hall just a year ago coming out of spring practice, talking about this could be the next great receiver amongst these Alabama elites.
Another quote with Chip, "I really loved Bama's playbook, and it's Sark's playbook. So I got to stick with my boy Sark. What I was doing at Bama that wasn't seen is going to be seen this year." Now, that's Ajay Hall. Here's the deal. Alabama and Texas play each other week 2. Ajay Hall has a chance to stick it in Alabama's eye with a couple of touchdowns.
Well, he does, but he wasn't getting it done with Bryce Young, the best quarterback in college football. Now you're maybe relying on a guy that's never started the game in Quinn Ewers.
That's a tough transition, especially by week 2 with Will Anderson breathing down Quinn's neck.
We just assumed John Mechie was going to be the number 1 receiver at Alabama. We assumed wrong because it was Jamison Williams. But coming into last season, we thought Ajay Hall had every opportunity to be that breakout guy. The thing is, now he's not even the best option. He's not even the second best option on that Texas offense. Bijan Robinson, Xavier Worthy. I don't know how good Ajay Hall is going to turn out, but if you make statements like that, you better end up being pretty good.
Couple of NFL questions for LT before we get back to the top of the hour. Still to come, Rockstar in the Lounge. Brock Huard rejoins us, and we'll do 4 downs. All that still in the final hour of the show here. Everything podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com, and that includes the morning rounds. But the show brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing, right there at the intersection of 119 and Highway 31, behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. It's right off the I-65 exit. There's a good look inside their gym. You see the Next Round banner there. You can jump in and spar, but a lot of mental and physical training there. Really good if you're a football player out of season, baseball player, basketball player out of season for your kid. It starts ages 7 and up. A good mental and physical training right there at Champions Boxing. You can go by there or just check them out online at Check them out online at Champions AL on Facebook, Champions Boxing AL on Facebook. Just a great organization. Stop by and see them in person behind the Purple Onion. DK Metcalf. They're trying to work a deal out in Seattle. How important is that to Pete Carroll to keep DK in Seattle long term? He's there for this year, but they wanted a long-term extension.
Look, he's a big play guy, and, along with Lockett, they've got really good receivers. The problem is right now for Seattle, and we brought this up earlier in the show, is the quarterback position. Geno Smith, Drew Lock, Jacob Eason. You got to get somebody to get DK Metcalf the ball. Russell Wilson was one of the best deep ball throwers in football. Now you don't have that anymore. But to answer your question, I think it's extremely important. I mean, he's one of the better young receivers right now in the NFL.
Speaking of young receivers, DeAndre Hopkins, not as young anymore, but earlier this week, he gets a 6-game suspension for testing positive for PEDs. Now, he says he didn't put anything in his body. It was if he did test positive, it's an accident. Do you think this derails Hopkins' rise to being one of the best in the league?
Well, you look at Hopkins, his first 8 seasons, I think he missed 3 total games. Last year, he was banged up beginning of the season, end of the season. Now you've got to miss 6 games, and you wonder if Steve Keim and the Cardinal organization realized that this was going on, and that's one of the reasons they got Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, so it's I believe him for some reason. I don't know why. I believe this was an accident.
I kind of do too. But again, if you're in this situation, you're getting this testing, you've got to know what you're putting in your body. You have to.
Yeah, you do. All right, top of the hour here. We'll get the gang back together on the other side. Remember, Champions Boxing right there at the intersection of 119 and 31 in Pelham behind the Purple Onion. You can call this number 205-358-8176. 358-8176, or look them up on Facebook's Champions Boxing AL, Champion Boxing AL. Final hour of the final show of the week is up next on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months, and even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Remember, we pack up the show and head to Atlanta for SEC Media Days coming up July 18th through the 21st. We'll be over there, the unofficial kickoff to the college football season, 113 days away. Final hour of the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all behind the glass. And our man Brock Huard, as he says on his radio show when he was on Sirius XM, and I'd listen every day. This is the hour we end up landing the plane.
Oh, very good. Yeah, very good. Land it.
Landing the plane. And we'll do 4 downs in a bit. But first, we start this hour off with our Baumhauer Spotlight, brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's. We were out there on draft night about a week ago.
We were. Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver Alabama's taste of wings back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he actually had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Check out that Alabama hot chicken. Fantastic food on all those menus. Stop in all weekend long at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, here's our spotlight question for the day. Last year, Michigan and Cincinnati did it. Give me your best guess or 2 of the team that makes the college football playoffs for the first time. Whenever it is, whether it's this year or next year,
I've got
the
it.
next first or
I've got
next 2 teams.
Everybody's racing to say Utah.
No. Yeah.
Brock
comes to my mind.
Yeah.
Okay, you start us off. Give me
I was
one.
going to go 2 Pac-12 teams. I don't think USC is there yet. Your brother Luke is the wide receivers coach. We talked about it in break. It's really exciting what Lincoln Riley's building. I think USC could be there in 2 years, especially what they're doing in the portal, and Caleb Williams in that final year probably of his college career. But Utah this year, USC next year.
Brock?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just at the line of scrimmage, 2 very different programs, right? Skill-wise, even this year, USC is going to outpace Utah. But Utah on the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively, is well ahead of where USC can be. I think that will be the hardest in the portal. You can get all the receivers, safeties, corners, running backs, QBs. You can get all those guys. But most of the coaches over the last few years, as this portal has come about, they've all said the same thing. You know what's not in there? 6'4", 320 war daddies.
How does Kyle Whittingham get those guys to Salt Lake, though? It's amazing because they're always so good up front.
Yeah, he's got a couple different pipelines. The junior college route has been highly successful for him. Some big snow junior college there. You have a huge Polynesian pipeline, and that is a pipeline that's often built on trust and equity. And when you take care of our guys and our community matters to you, it's not just talk for Kyle. He's done it for decades and decades. So he has just engendered so much trust, I think, in that culture that he gets so many of those kids that then develop, and many of them turn into pretty nice NFL players as well.
So if I asked you, though, he's 62 now, Kyle Whittingham? He's been there a long, long time. Is he the kind of guy that a year like this year would be like, okay, I win a Pac-12 championship, I make the playoffs, that's a good way to call it quits? Or is he the kind of guy that says, okay, I've won a Pac-12 championship, we made the playoffs, now I'm refueled to do this another decade? Which kind of guy is he?
Yeah, I would have said much more the former. That, and even 3 years ago, people were saying around there, we had some of their games, like, man, Kyle loves being a grandpa.
Yep.
I mean, he just enjoys that aspect of it. And so many of these coaches, as you guys have been around him for all of your years as well, you know the sacrifice they make in their families, right? Their wives and their own kids. Like, geez, when's dad going to be home? You know, dad's on the. So now I think he has relished, like, okay, if I get a chance to be a grandpa well and do that well, maybe I can compensate for all those years of just grinding and grinding and grinding. So, yeah, I had heard that a couple years ago, yet he is sustained. I saw him 2 days ago in Scottsdale. He came in with his golf clubs. He was tanned. He was ripped. I was like, golly, I didn't know you got bit by that bug. He's like, oh, yeah, not in my 40s, not in my 50s, but now he can't get enough of that. So I don't know if that's an indicator, and that closes the door either, because I think he also loves what he does. He's got a great system. He's got great equity and foundation that he's built. And he's certainly reaping the benefits of it lately.
And there's something about not, a lot of these guys chase jobs sometimes, bigger jobs, more money and such. Yep. And he's always seemed like he found a place that he liked and settled in.
Yep. So those would be the two out west. Anybody in the Big 12?
I mean, Baylor they were awful close this year. Well, I shouldn't say awful close, but close this year.
Yeah, but who was closer, them or Oklahoma State?
Oklahoma State was play away, a yard away.
That's true. Yeah. Baylor won the Big 12, so I guess technically they were closer, right? But Oak State, if they get that yard
they're
on
in.
the 4th and goal, they're in.
Yeah. So they lose a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people. And
including Jerry Bohan and the quarterback.
Yeah, and it's so hard. In Oklahoma State, so hard to find enough big people there. I mean, that there's a lot of these programs, right? It's the same thing like the transfer portal. You can find running backs, and that little kid came in, transfer from Utah State, and had 1,000+ yards, and you could find transfer receivers, but it's just the big people, those playoff teams, right? I mean, that's why I think Cincy got over that hump. 9 guys drafted. Right, and it was across the board. It was D linemen, corners, QB, running back. It was all across the board. So you've got to have, in order to take that step, you got to have that kind of talent that Cincinnati has shown. Who is on the cusp of doing that? Anybody in the SEC?
Well, the obvious answer is A&M. Now, it's a running theme on this show. I don't believe Jimbo's ever going to do it. I know you're a fan of Jimbo. Luke coached under Jimbo.
Yep.
And he's got the Jimmies and Joes.
But he's had the Jimmies and Joes.
Eventually better players.
I mean, to beat Alabama last year but still lose 4 games, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And he seems to never get quarterback right.
Yeah, that has been the challenge. I think they got the most out of Kellen Mond. Right?
Yeah, but he was good, solid
you
quarterback.
You can ask Mike Zimmer that.
Yeah, Mike had some comments. Yeah, I've seen him play. I've seen him play.
It sounds like Mike was not happy with the scouts at Minnesota. How do we end up with this guy?
Yeah.
So do you think Jimbo ends up? I mean, he is talking a lot now that we're past that portal deadline. He is talking a lot about Connor Wegman, the freshman, and less about Max Johnson and the other guys.
Yeah, I think that will be all the way through training camp. And I think you're right. I mean, until you get that position, that's what he had seemingly at every turn at Florida State, right? I mean, that's what he was known for. That's what he did. That's why E.J. Manuel went there. That track record was pretty good there. They've got to get that. Going to have to get that right to take that next step.
All right, let's do 4 downs with Brock chiming in. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations, expanding to 5 very soon.
Great guys, locally owned and operated. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Take in that car, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Because we heard Pete Carroll come out and say they're not going after a quarterback, and I know you're very familiar with Seattle. It's going to be Geno Smith or Drew Lock, it looks like. Who retires first, though, Pete Carroll or Tom Brady?
Start us off every time, Brock.
Tom Brady. Tom Brady retires first. He nearly did a year ago, realized, you know what, 6 weeks at home, I'm good. Let me go back to continue to play football while I'm still good. Eventually, father time wins. Eventually, entropy wins. Eventually, there's going to be an injury, a knee, a shoulder, something that just is not going to heal like it healed 10, 15 years ago. Pete's got a couple years left in him, so I think that's Tom ahead of Pete.
I mean, Pete Carroll and Nick Saban might be the 2 youngest 70-year-olds we've ever encountered. You know,
They look younger now than they did 10 years ago.
It's crazy. I mean, you go look now. Nick Saban colors his hair, and Pete doesn't.
You're making it sound like they sleep in cocoons at night.
Well, I mean, I'm almost convinced they do.
You know they're both small spooners too.
Yeah, you live longer. You live longer.
Yeah, I'll go Tom Brady first. I think Pete will still be chasing that championship, and he's got a lot of equity up there, right? I mean, they're not going to fire him.
No, Jody Allen, new owner, right,
Yeah.
took over for Paul, and she's demanding, and they made a lot of changes this offseason. But yeah, he's got a couple years left at least.
I'll go Tom Brady as well. I don't know why he came back as a Buccaneer fan. I transitioned in my head. I was almost looking forward to a rebuild, but I'm okay one more time with the GOAT, and I think that'll be it.
Yeah, I think it's Tom Brady as well.
Second down.
Okay, who makes a playoff appearance first as a head coach? Dan Lanning at Oregon or Mario Cristobal at Miami?
Brock?
Mario Cristobal.
Do you feel good about him getting to one?
No, not necessarily. And, it's funny. I was trying to pinpoint and figure out, other than just QB for Jimbo, and I think it was a line that Chip Kelly had said to me last year. I thought was pretty good. He said it was a game as USC-UCLA. The year before was just a melee. It was ugly, undisciplined, unsportsmanlike, just awful. And he did not think either team handled that with any decorum, class, character. And he said, in this game, we're going to have to play with emotion and not let emotion play with us. And when I think of Mario, I think of Jimbo at A&M. I think too many times emotions played with them. And Mario does not have a track record yet to tell me that he can handle that over the course of 13 plus weeks. Dan Lanning, I just know nothing about. I know he's hyper qualified. People love him. He's 35.
Yeah, 34, 35. Yeah.
And how good is that program?
Oregon.
Oh, I mean, it's good. It's got a lot of resources to back it. I mean, it's still recruiting nationally. It still casts a net, unlike anybody else on the west of the Rocky Mountains, other than maybe what USC can with Lincoln Riley now. So it's got a much bigger net than everybody else west of the Mississippi.
I would say I've got a feeling Dan Lanning is going to do this. I think Dan Lanning's going to be a good football coach. Like, how I don't know about Brent Venables. I keep saying that. At Clemson, or at Oklahoma from Clemson, I just think Dan Lanning's going to be a good coach.
I think they surprise everybody and win the Pac-12 this year, but it will not be enough to get them in the playoffs, Oregon. I think it's going to be Miami unless we change the NIL rules, which they're trying to do. I think he has the infrastructure down there now with some big money guys to pour in Miami to get the athlete he needs to win the ACC, which would get him into the playoffs.
Well, I'm fascinated to see what Clemson does this year.
Big
because
test.
The ACC was so wide open last year. Wake and Pittsburgh played for the championship. Wake's going to be good again this year. But Miami with Tyler Van Dyke, I mean, he looks part of an NFL franchise quarterback.
Yeah, but here's what I'll say about Dan Lanning, Brock, is Nick Saban desperately wanted to hire him as his coordinator, and Kirby Smart did everything necessary to keep him, and Oregon hired him. So that's a lot of smart football people that are around this guy and like him.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't mean he's going to win a ton of games.
There is no substitute for experience.
Yep.
I said to you earlier about Kirby and the struggles he's having with the Pittsburgh Maulers and learning.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no substitute for experience of hiring your staff.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one thing to be talented yourself, and you guys have come across uber talented people. I mean, the rock star, we're going to hear him in 15 minutes, right? Uber talented guy.
Thanks, man.
Yep, you got it. I mean, you strummed that one chord of Silent Lucidity like that, bro.
Yeah, got your attention, didn't
You did. You won me over just like that. But it's quite another to, okay, I'm super talented. I'm really bright. Now I got to hire everybody around me, and I got to coach them up, and I got to bring them to my level of talent. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done.
And that's a tough staff to keep, I would imagine, because you have to travel a long way to recruit.
Yes, you do.
I mean, that is a haul to get those players out of California that they get.
How challenging is it to be really good at what you do, say Dan Lanning, but also trust your assistants enough to let them do the work that you really are used to doing yourself?
I mean, a tremendous challenge. You still see that's why Nick colors his hair, right? It went
That's
great.
right.
Because, for
that was
that
great
reason.
at Michigan State, man.
But you guys know this. Like, you've been around, like I've been around people that I've worked with or whatever. They're super talented, and they get elevated to a position and into a management role, managing people. And it's a totally different world. Different world than it is just managing yourself, doing your own job, maximizing your own talent. Managing people when you've never done it, I'm sorry, I've got to see a track record before I jump in.
Fair enough.
Third down.
More wins in 2022. The Kentucky Wildcats or the Denver Broncos?
Kentucky football.
Yes.
Kentucky basketball will be a little unfair. Yes, they're going to play 32 games.
Denver's going to have 17 games. Got more margin.
They do have
Tough
more
division,
margin,
man.
but tough division. I was going to
Brutal
ask you,
division.
being in Denver now, what are the expectations with Russell there?
Super Bowl. What are you talking about? We're going to win the Super Bowl. Bronco country is ready to win a Super Bowl.
That division
That's brutal,
is
man.
so
The
tough.
receivers alone in that division, right?
Bronco country
pass
alive
rushers.
through 95.
Hey, quick
Bronco
weird,
country will survive.
weird observation. Have you heard about the show Outer Range with Josh Brolin? It's a new.
I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
Anyway, I'm watching it, but so they're in Wyoming, and in multiple shots you'll see Denver Broncos pennants in like bars and different places.
Yeah.
And I lived in Kansas for a summer doing play-by-play baseball, but everywhere in the Midwest, everybody's a Denver Bronco fan. It's the strangest thing.
Huh.
Yeah, I would say Denver, even with the pass rushers, even with the brutal division, Russell wants his $50 million a year. They're going to get the most motivated, and not that Russell ever struggled for motivation, but yeah, he is wired. So I think they'll probably be 10, 11, maybe 10. Win a playoff game, get to 11. Kentucky football going to win 11 games.
Will Levis?
If they got Will Levis in the top 10, they will.
What
But
am I
I'm going to go
missing
Denver.
They won 10 last year.
They did.
What am I missing on Will Levis?
You tell me, man.
We're right there with
I don't
you.
know. They were 10th in passing last year. They got it in the conference, not in the nation. 10th passing in the conference.
Just remember when Will Levis is on the show next week, Rockstar, all the negative stuff that has been said about him.
Can we even have him on
said a
now?
word.
Yeah, Dunaway is
Do
the
you
only
want to
one
know
that
the connection between Kentucky and Denver? Here's a little connection for you. The Kentucky Wildcats' new OC is Rich Scangarella.
That's right, yeah.
Rich Scangarella was the coordinator for Drew Lock when he was 5-1 with the Denver Broncos.
Oh, wow.
When
How about
grumpy
that?
Vic Fangio said, "I don't like this guy, and I'm going to fire him."
That was smart
after
by Vic.
1
That's-
year.
good job, Vic.
After 1 year, and then he goes back, I think, to the Rams and the Niners, and now out to Kentucky with Mark.
Wow.
Fourth down.
Okay, celebrity birthdays today. George Clooney is 61. Bob Seger, 77. Better career, Clooney or Seger? I don't like Bob Seger's music.
Yeah,
I
but Bob
easily
Seger had to
go.
go great
You
career.
think Clooney ever worked on his night moves?
I'm sure he did. Clooney's won Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. He's been nominated for multiple ones. He's won one as a producer.
He probably won an Emmy for ER, right? Back in the day.
I
Was
doubt
that
he
a
won an
show?
Emmy for ER.
Who did more with less? Rockstar Seger's voice is a.
It stands out.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not a compliment.
It's a very unique. Well, so does Bob Dylan, but he's got a
know.
good voice. But it's just I'm not a big fan of that genre.
Yeah. I mean,
I do like we got tonight.
Clooney's just a beautiful man.
He is a beautiful man. You're
Even at
absolutely
61.
Right. Yep, absolutely right.
And a good businessman. I mean,
He's got tequila,
Everybody's got a
Casamigos. But I mean, I think they got hundreds of $1 million
Yeah.
for the Casamigos brand.
I'm trying to find Rockstar his number one hits, Bob Seger.
Night Moves has got to be one.
Oh, old time rock and roll.
I did never like that song.
Turn the Page might have hit number one.
Clooney more
Main Street.
popular.
Yeah.
Seger did more with less.
Something
Seger did do more with less.
Something Wind. Against the Wind?
Against the Wind
Is that one of his
tunes?
songs?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you play that for me, Rockstar?
We cannot, bro. We cannot play any music for you.
Here's the one thing about being on a digital platform. You got to be careful with the stuff you play. We've learned that. We've learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
And we've learned today that my southern accent saying the name Brock a lot on
Brock.
the air has made a lot of our bots pop up in our chat rooms
Brock.
today.
Oh, really, bro?
Yeah. So we got a lot of chat.
Well, Brock did teach me how to say that city in Washington that you're from. I've never known how to say.
Puyallup.
Puyallup. Yeah.
Like a church pew.
Puyallup.
Yep.
Puyallup.
Puyallup.
There you go. I've never known how to say that.
Yeah, it was so fun for me. So the voice of football for me, I don't know who it was for each of you, man.
Keith Jackson.
Keith Jackson.
Keith Jackson.
The man.
Yep. And when Keith Jackson said, "In comes the big lefty from Puyallup," that's where his daddy coached him. It was just
Brock,
like,
that had to be a dream come true.
So cool.
So you had that on videotape?
Oh, yeah. You go back and watch the game. I knew that Keith was calling the game, and I watched all these games for decades and decades. And Billy Joe, was from our hometown. My dad coached Billy Joe Hobart, and Keith did a lot of those Husky games in the 90s with Billy Joe. And, so I think my first time into a game was, here comes the big lefty from Puyallup.
Where his daddy coached him.
His daddy coached him.
So everybody thought, your dad knows Keith Jackson?
Y'all had a lot of great quarterbacks. Billy Joe was the last to win the national championship with Brunel.
Yep.
So were y'all the Vikings?
Hey, Damon came in.
How about me calling him the Viking?
That's
and
right.
they were the Vikings.
Yeah. Damon came in and to spell Dan Marino. Mm-hmm. What year was that? 94, 95 probably?
A little later than that, I think. 96.
It was Jimmy Johnson was the coach. Jimmy Johnson, yeah.
Went 5-1.
Yeah.
Damon played well. And my dad framed in his office back home in Puyallup. It says Marino who?
I know.
Huard,
I remember, people were seriously, people were already saying, "Hey, Marino, maybe the ship has sailed, and let's go to this Huard kid."
James passed him by.
Did he like playing for Jimmy Johnson?
He respected him. So, he did. So, I mean, Damon, look at this. Damon, and actually myself as well. The two of us had incredible journeys. Damon played for Jimmy, for Belichick, for Dick Vermeil.
Wow.
It ended with Herm. And then backed up Marino and Tom Brady.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, not bad. And
that's
then
not a bad career.
Obviously with Coach Dungy, a Hall of Famer, and Peyton, and pretty good crew, and Mike Holmgren that I got to play under as well.
Wow.
That's our 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Not just tires, bumper to bumper.
Yeah, anything you need, brake pads, wheel alignment, and more, they can do it for you and your family. Stop in, locally owned and operated, 4 locations and online, vulcantireandauto.com.
Hey, and happy birthday to Willie Mays, who is 91 today. The greatest baseball player ever to play the game, in my opinion. Not that I ever saw him play, but 1948 as a high schooler, played with the Birmingham Black Barons here in Birmingham, Fairfield, a Westfield kid. 1948 with the Birmingham Black Barons. And then in 1950, when he graduated high school, the New York Giants drafted him. So first year up, Rookie of the Year in 51. And tell me this guy liked a challenge. Rookie of the Year in 51. Goes and fights in Korea in 52 and 53, comes back in 54, and leads the league in batting average at 345. So they say, okay, this guy's just going to hit for average. So in 55, he leads the majors in home runs with 51. So he's a hitter, he's a hitter and average guy. In 56, he leads the majors in stolen bases.
Best all-around player ever, no doubt.
He probably was.
Yeah, and still holds the record.
But that's a different generation, man. Those guys go to war. Ted Williams go to war, come back, didn't miss a beat.
Hey, thank God for that generation.
And by the way,
know we could pull that one off right now.
And he got paid, unlike a lot of people. He was the highest paid player in Major League Baseball in 1963. Want to take a guess at his salary? Highest paid player in baseball in 1963.
$35,000.
More than that.
More? 42.
$61,412.96.
He was the Bijan Robinson of the time. $105,000.
That's a lot of money back then.
A lot of money.
Crushing it.
For Willie Mays. Happy birthday to the Say Hey Kid. We're back in a moment.
Well, we got to thank Brock. He's leaving.
Oh, that's right.
He's got to go talk to Jeff Fisher. Thank you, Brock.
That was a blast.
Yeah.
That was 2 hours.
That was 2 hours.
Sheesh.
Was it 2 hours?
I'm betting Fisher has flip-flops on.
I'll text you.
Yeah,
let us know.
He does.
Hey, I want to say something real quick because the caller mentioned earlier that Brock is nice and humble, and this will embarrass him. My gauge is rock star. He always tells us the nicest guest he calls.
Brock, you're up there, man.
You're up there with?
You're up there.
No. Well, there's 2 that rock star.
Brock and Buster Olney.
Brock and Buster Olney.
Wow.
2 of the nicest guys. Because usually when somebody I call, like being a producer or something like that, somebody's just like, yes, okay, put me on.
Yeah.
Brock and Buster are always engaging,
That's right.
very friendly.
So Brock is as nice as he seems.
Yeah, we will not
Every
tell you
bit.
the bottom of that list, though. The rock star always shares
It goes
us.
deep, my friend.
That person that you're about to talk to is not very nice, and we just woke him up.
I think Brock referenced one of them earlier.
Brock did reference one of them earlier. Probably would be the gold medalist for men, and we know the gold medalist for women as well. All right, so Brock, thank you. Safe travels back and forth to Denver, and we'll be watching Brock tonight, 9 o'clock FS1, and then tomorrow night for the Stallions game, 6 o'clock on Main Fox. The USFL rolls on. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
back in a
boys.
moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
All right, Rockstar, next segment in the lounge. Brown's setting that up over there. Few people know that you're the roadie for Rockstar.
I just had to plug one thing in.
Isn't that another Bob Seger song about roadies?
If the roadies don't mind. What is the name of that song?
Oh, God. Everyone's like talking about the Bob Seger Authority.
Rockstar, you love Bob Seger.
His number one hit on Spotify is Old Time Rock and Roll with 193.
Did not like that. I think it was popular when I was
so
younger.
So it goes Old Time Rock and Roll, Night Moves, Against the Wind, Still the Same, Hollywood Nights, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, We've Got Tonight in Main Street. Then turn the page.
We've Got Tonight.
Man, he's got a lot of hits.
He does.
I just don't like any of them.
Yeah, I'm not a big classic rock guy. Tom makes a great point. In Brock's time in the NFL, he counts 7 quarterbacks in the league from either Washington or Washington State.
Drew Bledsoe, Mark Rippon from Washington State.
Damon
Brock Damon.
As he said, it was primarily a backup, as was Brock.
Billy Joe
Hobart.
Mark Brunell, and I'm missing one.
That's 6 right there, though. Yeah. So it's a great run of Apple Cup quarterbacks there. Of those guys.
I guarantee you've never had, well, I shouldn't say that now because of Alabama's influx, but I was going to say, have you ever had 7 Alabama and Auburn quarterbacks in the league at the same time?
No.
Because if Cam Newton's in the league, which I don't think he officially is right now, you've also got
McCarron's still hanging on.
Jarrett Stidham.
Stidham's still hanging on?
Yeah.
I thought they cut him.
No.
Did they not cut him? Okay. So you got Stidham, McCarron, Tua, Mac Jones, Jalen Hurts, Cam. That'd be 6.
Did you include AJ?
Yeah. Didn't I? I thought I said McCarron.
I can't remember.
Yeah. I think that's 6. McCarron, Tua, Mac Jones, Jalen Hurts from Alabama. Cam Stidham is 6. I don't know. You got 7.
LT's neighbor is correct. The loadout is by Jackson Brown, not Bob Seger. I got him confused.
Oh, that is Jackson Brown, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Another one I'm not a fan of.
I've seen him in concert. Actually, a really good concert.
We running on empty?
By the end, yes.
Tell us about Creekside Barbecue, and then we'll set the table for Rockstar's Lounge coming up in a second.
Okay, so you've heard us for a couple of months talk about Creekside Barbecue. You got to get out there this weekend. You will thank me for this. It is absolutely fantastic. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. Just stop in, tell them the next round sent you, or go online, check out the menu today, creekside-bbq.com.
Yeah, Bobby says when you tie Malik Willis to his Auburn days, him in the NFL is going to get that number up to number 7 there. Bobby, thank you for that. D. Smith says, was Jake Locker the one you were looking for?
Nope.
That's a little
that was a little later.
That's
a guy at Tennessee I thought was going to kill it. I totally missed on him.
Yeah. Speaking of missing, is there some I'd love to ask, because Ja Morant is the guy for me in the NBA. I would spend money to go see him. Is there anybody in baseball right now, and I know where baseball is popularity with our audience, is there anybody in baseball that you would drive to Atlanta to see if you were guaranteed he was going to play? For me, we saw it last night, Shohei Ohtani. If I knew he was pitching and hitting, I was going to get to see the marathon man do it 2 ways like he did last night. 11 strikeouts, 7 scoreless innings, 2 hits, 1 off the monster for a single, and 1 was hit so hard just a foot from being a home run. So basically almost had 2 home runs last night. It was called the best dual performance in that stadium since Babe Ruth.
Yeah, and that's kind of a high bar, isn't it?
It is.
But as I pointed out, it is a small group, though. Not many guys have tried this, but to be compared to Babe in anything is incredible.
Well, and a guy that won the MVP last year, Byron Buxton for the Twins, is one of those electrifying young players that, again, everybody says if he can stay healthy, and he's stayed healthy thus far, he's a guy that's a lot of fun. Maybe the fastest player in baseball. He's got power.
Would it be Ja or Ohtani or Ja or
Ja? Just because
is it a basketball player? Is it a football player? Is it?
I mean, if you told me both are playing downtown and I could only pick one,
right?
So either Legacy Arena or a Regent Stadium, I would probably pick Ja over Ohtani.
Forrester goes local guy. Tim Anderson's that guy for him.
Well, Forrester also is a White Sox fan.
I think
trust Forrester's judgment.
Probably is that guy because he's 175 pounds and he jumps out of the gym. And when he's hitting, his fadeaway shot, he's unstoppable. He can score from everywhere. And he's just going to get better. He's 22 years old.
Acuna is close to this. I mean, I think we're a little more comfortable with him because he's just down the road. So many people from our audience go see him. But I think Acuna, give him a couple more years, we'll be in this discussion.
Yeah.
He's just such an exciting player.
It goes so fast. It would have been
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago.
That's
for,
right.
for some people.
Couple of suspensions, or one suspension, one fine in the NBA. Draymond Green, $25,000 for flipping off Memphis fans. $25,000 for two birds. Do they charge him $12.5 for each finger?
That's right. If it was just one, you pay $12.5.
He said before the fine, money well spent. You going to boo me for getting banged up? You deserve the finger. He said, I'll do one appearance and I'll pay for it.
Dylan Brooks, he's suspended for Game 3 tonight, tomorrow night when they play that game. He's suspended for Game 3. He's the one that gave the flagrant to Gary Payton II. And Peyton has now fractured his elbow. Is going to miss at least a month, maybe the rest of the season.
He broke the code, according to Steve Kerr.
Yeah. I mean,
you don't
look,
break the code.
It was a dirty play. Back in the 80s, we saw this all of the time. You can't do this now. I mean, he's up in the air. He's vulnerable. You go across the face. I mean, people break wrist. There's a lot of damage that can be done. And as you said, now out for the year. It was uncalled for. So I'm a little surprised that he didn't get suspended for the rest of the series. I really am.
Me too, just for one game. All right, Rockstar in the Lounge when we come back. We already talked about Creekside Barbecue yet?
We have, yeah.
Creekside Barbecue, great place for lunch or dinner this weekend. Rockstar takes us to the lounge when we come. What song will he play? I don't know. We'll find out next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The Iron Bowl. Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
All right. Good to see Brock. Brock got a plate to go. Got some T-shirts. Did you get a hat or just T-shirts?
I took him back to the in-house Next Round store. Said, take anything you want. He picked 2 T-shirts.
Asking for golf gear. Did you get him
some he wanted some golf gear.
Yeah, he listens. He knows it's coming.
He got 2 T-shirts.
Nextround.store. Get the Battle Red hats. Like the LT has on right now. Get that Battle Red hat.
Why do we call it Battle Red?
I just started calling it Battle Red.
All right, gotcha.
Because the Braves, don't they have Battle Red? Some organization, or maybe it's the Houston Texans.
They did.
The Redcoats?
Yeah.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. We will go into the lounge here in just a second with Rockstar. But first, the Rockstar sponsor as well is our friends at the Enclave down in Alabaster.
Yeah, presented by the Enclave at Cedar Grove, a new home community in Alabaster with mountain views, walking trails, and more. Call Paul today, 205-602-0563. That's 205-602-0563 for more information. You can also visit embassyhomebuilders.com. Again, call Paul today, 205-602-0563 or embassyhomebuilders.com. It's the Enclave.
Julianne Phillips' birthday today as well, 62. Anybody other than LT know who Julianne Phillips is?
No.
Do not.
Remember the hot girl from Fletch, the movie, that is the wife? The wife of the Underhills?
Yeah.
The one that he comes in, just charges to the Underhills.
Yeah, charge it to the Underhills. But that's she's 62, huh?
She's 62 now.
She was also, I'm pretty sure, Kurt Russell, Wyatt Earp's wife in Tombstone, Maddie.
You're right. I think about that. Yeah.
Guess who she was married to?
I don't know, but funny line when she answers the door with a towel around her. She goes, "Can I help you with something?" He goes, "I need a towel. I just hit a water buffalo."
That whole movie. That whole movie.
I would say she was married to.
This transitions into the lounge. It's a musician.
Yeah. Bob Seger.
Marilyn Manson.
Brock also named this artist
Alex Van Halen.
Bruce Springsteen.
Wow.
Boss.
85 to 89. Julianne Phillips married to Bruce Springsteen, which gets us to Rockstar in the lounge today. Rockstar,
how are you guys?
What are you singing, man?
How about the opening track of a great record that kind of gets a little hate, but a little cheesy record, but I loved it. Yourself or Someone Like You, Matchbox 20.
Ooh.
How about a little Real World by Matchbox 20? Is that okay? Is that more upbeat?
No,
I
that's
love
good.
me some Matchbox 20.
Can you give us the chord that is it going to mess up your little fancy thing? The
What
chord
did Brock ask for?
that Brock wanted to.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't want you to.
Queensryche.
They want you to have to pull that thing off.
That's it. You dicked it up there.
I can't play Queensryche.
But see, that's the
versatility.
It has become now the what the 60s were to my parents when I was riding around. 90s music to me is the one I always default back to, is the 90s music. 90s music.
Yeah, I like 90s music a lot. I know you don't like the 80s. I like 80s though.
I don't love the 80s. Love the 90s.
You don't like classic rock,
I
though,
don't really
right?
like classic rock.
What are
at
you
all.
doing tonight?
I'm going to see. I'm going to go see Rock. I thought Rockstar was going to be there. I've got tickets. I'm going to see Black Jacket Symphony.
Oh, they're doing the
It's a mashup. It's the mashup.
Synchronicity by the Police, and they're doing a bunch of greatest hits with Mark Martel to do some Queen stuff. They do some Petty, some Beatles, some Who. So yeah, it's supposed to be a really good show.
Classic rock.
Yeah, a lot of classic rock, but
Yeah.
The classicest of classic rock. Really.
Yeah, with John Campbell singing the Sting stuff for the Police, it's supposed to be a really, really, really good show. So
I'm
you should enjoy
looking
it.
forward to it tonight. Just thrilled. Can't wait to get there. Now Rockstar in the Lounge, brought to you by our friends at the Enclave. You're a great roadie, by the way.
Well, I wonder what it's like to be a rainmaker. I wonder what it's like to know that I make the rain. I'd store it in boxes with little yellow tags on every one. You can come and see it when I'm done. I'm done. Well, I wonder what it's like to be a superhero. I wonder where I'd go if I could fly around downtown, yeah. From some other planet, I'd get this funky high from the yellow sun. Boy, I bet my friends will all be stunned. They're stunned. Yeah, yeah. Straight up, what did you hope to learn about here? If I was someone else, would this all fall apart? Strange, where were you when we started this gig? I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. And you, and you, and me. Well, I wonder what it's like to be the head honcho. I wonder what I'd do if they all did just what I said, just what I said. Well, I'd shout out an order. I think we're out of this, man. Get me some. Boy, don't make me want to change my tone, my tone. Yeah, yeah. Straight up, what did you hope to learn about here? If I was someone else, would this all fall apart? Strange, where were you when we started this gig? I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. Please don't change, please don't break. Well, the only thing that seems to work at all is you. Please don't change, evolve from me to you, and you to me. Someone else, would this all just fall apart? Strange, where were you when we started this gig? I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. You to you to me.
Rockstar, everybody.
Yeah.
I like Matchbox 20. I don't know why people.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Patrick,
we saw him in concert.
Patrick in the chat room. Gah, this album is so
It's a great
good.
album.
Very
Yeah.
underappreciated.
1 through 12 is a great album.
And I've told the story before, but this is Kevin Storr and I down at the Music Hall before this album dropped. They were singing these songs on 5 Points Music Hall. Went down there one night after local news before I even knew who they were.
Yeah.
They were in town.
Luca backstage?
That was the days of Magic Platter.
Yeah.
So when we were at that concert, it was them and Goo Goo Dolls, right?
Yeah.
At Oak Mountain. And I really thought it was cool the way they did 3 a.m. They put a big clock up on the screen, and it was like 2:57, 2:58, and the crowd would go crazy every time it would click.
I love
cool.
Matchbox 20, but I hate 3 a.m.
Yeah, I've played 3 a.m. probably 5,000 times.
I mean, that's their hit, though, right? That's their number one song, when you say.
Maybe.
3 a.m. Well, they Push has been probably their biggest hit.
See, that's one I don't like, actually.
Yeah, me too. I
like
love
Push.
3 a.m. I don't like Push.
I'm with you, Dunaway.
I rarely agree with you, but
yeah,
I do.
I know. That time you're right.
Well, dance lessons will do that to people.
Did you see our look as soon as it came up? We both did
we were like, we were about to.
Better than it was the big spoon, little spoon.
Yeah. Brock got a kick out of that. He called Dunaway Little Spoon the rest of the time.
What is wrong with having your wife spoon you occasionally?
Just hold me and tell me it's going to be okay.
It was my wife. It wasn't like, we were on a road trip with a football team and I had a lineman spooning me.
We know what to get you for Christmas now.
Tell me in the break what that is. All right, when we come back, our final thoughts. Maybe we get another song out of Rockstar. Everybody hold their position here.
You got another one?
I can find one, sure.
Yeah, find one.
One more. I'm in a song mood.
All right, let's do it.
One more from Rockstar. Anybody want one more? One more from Rockstar when we come back on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
One of our morning rounds today, TMZ has a story washed up on the shore of South Africa, a 7-foot squid. Now, Brock Huard is 6.5, 6'5".
That's a big squid, yeah.
7-foot squid washed up ashore.
And this is South Africa?
Yeah. We don't know what's in the ocean, my friend.
No.
All the things that are in the ocean.
No, we do not.
You know, they also have 25-foot-long great whites, too.
Yeah, but this is a squid with tentacles.
Yep.
I'd rather come across that.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
Guess what killed it? Cause of death?
One of the nets.
Aquaman.
Propeller.
I get you every time.
Get you every time. All right, Rockstar is going to sing us one more song. Is there anything you guys have not gotten to today? Magic Johnson, by the way, trying to join the group to buy the Broncos.
Yeah. I'd rather hear Rockstar sing.
Tom Brady joking on social media about the tuck rule.
Seriously, how long is this song? We're running out of time. Why are you cutting into Rockstar's time by giving
Rockstar, what's your
meaningless
song?
headlines?
Oh, I guess Wild World. I'm going to try to speed it up as much as I can.
Or can you sing us to the top of the hour?
Well, we got to do some business.
Yeah, presented by the Enclave, Rockstar every week at Cedar Grove, new home community in Alabaster with mountain views, walking trails, and more. Call Paul today, 205-602-0563 for more information, or embassyhomebuilders.com.
All right, here we go, Rocky. What is it?
This is Wild World, Cat Stevens.
All right, hurry.
Okay.
Don't hurry.
La 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 la. Now that I've lost everything to you, say you wanna start something new. It's breaking my heart you're leaving. Baby, I'm grieving. But if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things to wear. But just to know that there's a lot about it out there. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Baby, it's a wild world, and I'll always remember you as a child girl. You know that I've seen all this world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two. It's bringing me down your side, girl. Don't be a bad girl, but if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice friends out there, but just to know that those are bad and instead. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Ooh, it's a wild world, and I'll always remember you as a child girl. La 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 la. Oh, if you want to leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice friends out there, but just to know that there's a lot of bad and beware, beware. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world, and I'll always remember you as a child girl. Hit it, Lunsford.
You got it in.
Very good. Wow. That was so good. That was even better than the other one. Yeah. Really good. Bonus song from Rockstar today. That's how we end this Friday. Cheers, my friend. You've already dumped a beer.
I've already dumped it on my gullet.
Done his gullet.
I know, but this is B2 for me.
Okay. Ooh.
Battleship.
Thank you, Brownie.
You're welcome, Jimmy.
We're back again on Monday, 9 a.m. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, Brock.